We're currently on is MyLeap/Tribal Relationship. We have Melissa Keysweater from the state. Melissa, if you don't mind introducing yourself, and if you could describe the MyLeap program. I assume that you're in front of some new faces, and then we can go around the room for an introduction.
Awesome. Ani Boujou, Melissa Keysweater in Dijnikaz, Petoskey, Michigan, and Donjaba, Eaton Rapids, and Dinda. My name is Melissa Keysweater. I am the tribal liaison for the Michigan Department of Lifelong Education, Advancement, and Potential. Some of you may know me or have heard my name before. I was previously Melissa Claremont, and during that time, I was the education director for the Waganakesing Odawa, also the Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawa Indians. And then I transferred and transitioned to the state of Michigan, primarily with the Michigan Indian Tuition Waiver, back in 2010 into a department called the Department of Civil Rights. Just recently, the governor of Michigan launched a brand new agency that, again, in short, we'll just call MyLeap because the name is very long. And during that development of a new agency, the discussion was whether or not to transfer the Michigan Indian Tuition Waiver. After some conversations and consultation with tribes, it was determined that the tuition waiver would move to this new agency, and as would I. So I am in this new space, and I am the tribal liaison, and my kind of purpose right now is doing really these talking sessions where I am listening to all of you, but also describing a little bit about what MyLeap does, so that you're familiar with the agency, but also kind of creating this separation that Melissa is now with MyLeap, and I'm, while I may have relationships with many tribes and many tribal leaders, this is a new space. So a little bit about MyLeap just briefly, and then I would love to know who else in the room. MyLeap is what I will consider this wraparound education agency. So the Department of Education, MDE, still sits within the state agencies and really kind of contains things around K-12 education, what we kind of consider in-seat time, curriculum, teacher certification, all of the things that guide K-12 education. MyLeap has the things that sit on either side. So everything from early childhood, child care licensing, preschool access, to higher education, adult and lifelong education, out of school time, which is before and after school care, and summer camps. So all of those things that we might want to kind of call wraparound services that surround what happens in K-12. So our goal, my goal, as I am learning all about the agency, is that hopefully we learn together and we build a new tribal-state relationship together. I was very adamant to the administration of MyLeap that we were not going to build a house and invite the tribes to come in. We are going to build this relationship in this house together, so that we are all going to learn and learn together about the agency, as well as what your needs are, the unique needs of serving your tribal community, your citizens, your households, your families, your young, and your elders. So my goal is to, again, have this kind of in-relationship learning opportunity and to identify the ways in which we may already be engaged in intersecting with Sault Ste. Marie, but also if there are gaps or spaces that we need to build more engagement. So that's just a really brief summary, but again, I think per Chairman Lowe's, having an opportunity to hear who else in the room would be appreciated.
Thank you. Bridget, you want to get started? Introductions?
Good afternoon, Melissa. Bridget Sorensen from St. Ignace.
Good afternoon. I'm Sean Borovich from Unit 3 in St. Ignace as well.
Good afternoon. Isaac McKechnie, Unit 1, Sault Ste. Marie.
Larry Barbeau, Unit 4.
Kimberly Hampton, Unit 4, Officer Secretary. And I'm thinking I recognize your name from the monthly state calls, maybe? Okay. So nice to see you in person.
Austin Lowe's, Tribal Chairman.
Hi, Melissa. I've seen you around for a very long time. Nice to see you. Lana Cosley-Smith.
Hi, Melissa. Michael McCurchie, Unit 1.
Hello, Robert McGrory, Unit 1.
Kim Gravel, Unit 1, and I recognize you from many moons ago. Yeah.
Is there anyone virtually that,
I believe there is actually. Kim Lee, you want to introduce yourselves, please?
Hi, Melissa. Kimberly Lee, Unit 2.
All right, and that's it. We can get started.
great. Yes, so whether it's United Tribes, which probably going on about 20 years of United Tribes meetings for myself in attendance, and that kind of started back when I was at Little Traverse, providing updates on the tuition waiver. At the time, there were a lot of challenges and things happening with the tuition waiver, and I kind of became a permanent fixture on the United Tribes agenda, so that could be where some of you may know me from. Also, yes, tribal state calls. As indicated, the governor's office does facilitate tribal state call on a Wednesday once a month, and gives us an opportunity to hear from our tribal partners, as well as for tribal partners to get updates from the state side. A couple of things that we also do is we also have a monthly tribal college and university, and we call it a TCU gathering. That is something that began before my transition to MyLeap. But because we know that historically tribal colleges have not been on the same platform when we think about higher education as their non-tribal counterparts, so really trying to shape the narrative in Michigan to ensure that tribal colleges are spoken about, referred to, and acknowledged at the same level as, again, other 4 years and community colleges. So we meet once a month, and that's kind of a part of our higher ed space that we're working in. So there may be different times and places that you've interacted with me, or it just may be my signature on a tuition waiver letter. So I'm really honored to be here in Miigwech for the response to the request. I don't know what is most preferred. Every tribal nation handles these conversations differently, and that is obviously, I want to ensure that this is framed in the way that your leadership wants it to be framed. But one of the things that I have been doing is sitting down with leadership and department staff to go through all of the different programs and services that are housed within MyLeap to say, and to ask, really, because I'm trying to create this kind of landscape analysis as to what our agency is doing or not doing within your communities, and to go through the various programs and talk about what you may be offering, what you're not offering, who the contracts are with, or who the grant dollars are from, and who's administering. And I really do appreciate the opportunity to have Stephanie next to me to, from the perspective of the government piece, that she's going to have a better understanding than I do of what kind of programs. So we also know that at the federal level, there are some uncertainties. And one of the reasons we also want to have these conversations is to know, are there programs that you have possibly been offering and those services are being impacted, or if there is funding that you are finding is going to be reduced or eliminated. And we also want to communicate those things to the governor's office. For those of you on the tribal state monthly calls, we have been talking about grants or funding, pots of funding that are being impacted, and the governor's office is wanting to be made aware of those things. So if they fall within this early childhood, higher ed, or lifelong learning kind of space, we want to know that as well. So as I mentioned, the MyLeap has, it was transferred from the Agency of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs, but all child care licensing and child care assessment, quality assessment, has been moved to MyLeap. So one of the things that I'm kind of curious about for your Sault Ste. Marie tribal community is, does Sault Ste. Marie license or have a license and operate a child care center?
Yes.
Okay. And can I ask, is that licensed by the tribe or licensed through the state? Do you have an or do you have a process by which you license your own?
Well, the person to answer that question is sitting right to your
We're
left.
licensed through the tribe,
Okay.
through our ACFS division.
Okay. And does that sit within reservation boundaries and serve tribal households? And what ages?
So the age is birth through 5 years old.
Okay.
And yes, to your first question.
And can I ask, is there grant funding or is that all tribally
It's
supported?
grant-funded, Office of Head Start. It's
Oh.
a mixture, but
Okay. So are those like wraparound care services affiliated with your Head Start?
yes.
Okay. And is there early Head Start as well?
Yep, it's early Head Start, and then childcare.
Okay. Is there transportation provided?
Yes.
So then I would, so one of the other questions is about early childhood education opportunities. So your early Head Start and your Head Start provides that, and are you also involved with ITC, or is that solely administered by Sault Ste. Marie Tribe?
Do we receive any
Oh.
grants from ITC or anything
Not
for the
grants,
childcare
no.
center? No?
I knew
Okay.
grants we didn't know.
Oh, okay, so you do not have an ITC contracted Head Start?
No.
It's directly with the feds?
With,
The
yeah,
federal
Office of Head
government?
Start, yep.
Yeah, perfect, okay. Thank you for clarifying. We do know that there are about 8 tribal Head Starts in the state, and they go through intertribal council, so that's also something we're trying to navigate, is to make sure we know each tribe's Head Start, where they get their kind of guidance and their information, and are you getting appropriate correspondence on the state side? And if there are gaps, we would want to know that, but I will make note that it's federal OHS. And can I ask, have you, my understanding is, as we're learning all of this, and I know that this is at the federal level, but there are changes to some of the regions. There have been regions consolidated, there have been regions eliminated, and while that may impact non-tribal Head Starts in one way, we are hearing that it's impacting tribal Head Starts differently. So have you gotten ample communication to know your Head Start, early Head Start, and what region you now may sit within, or what kind of changes there are?
I don't have the exact region number on the top of my head. I didn't come prepared with all these
That's
because
okay.
I wasn't sure exactly which questions, but I know there's been no direct impact in terms of our contact persons or our funding, but, so we're continuing on as business as usual.
Excellent, okay. And this may be something that if leadership and the board, maybe either wants to have a workshop, or if I want to come back and sit down with program directors,
Yeah.
which has been really helpful. I've sat down at other tribes with their program directors, with even their grants and contracts folks, to dive in a little deeper. We don't necessarily need to do that here, but depending on leadership's desire for that.
Yeah, so, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Depending on your conversation and your introductions and how we proceed after this, I can assist with then pulling in those program directors to have those deeper conversations, kind of how we talked about. And then at that point, we could pull in Chandra and then any other managers that oversee divisions or programs under me.
Wonderful.
To kind of deep dive.
Yeah, no, begrudge, that's helpful. Also what about Great Start Readiness? And so there's a Great Start Readiness program as well as early on that is serving children pre-kindergarten, not only to identify any academic developmental needs, but any other gaps that may exist. Are those services available to tribal citizens or tribal households?
We have a Great Start Readiness program in our community, but not through our tribe.
Okay. So more county-based, probably?
It's- Yeah.
Okay. So this is also something in identifying the services that might be available to your tribal households within the greater community and not necessarily administered by the tribe, is whether or not you feel that your tribal community is represented in those spaces, whether or not there is the appropriate advocacy and representation just in general. And so we are having some conversations, and anytime that there's an initiative or an opportunity for a board or a task force, we want to ensure that the tribes are given ample and adequate and equitable opportunity. And so by knowing that it's not something that you have directly within Sault Ste. Marie, but it's in the county, we want to talk about how those county programs can build the appropriate relationships with the tribes within their region. So that is helpful to know that Great Start Readiness is within the county. Does Sault Ste. Marie offer any kind of before or after school care for tribal households and families?
We have after-school care through our youth education and activity program.
So that is the youth services?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's some extended care with the child care center and the Head Start programs, but it's not specifically after-school programming.
Okay.
Also, the school has after-school care.
Yep, JKL as
Oh,
well.
JKL
Yep.
does, okay.
We had talked about that in the hallway, yep.
And do you know if any of those before after-school programs are grant-funded, or are those solely tribally funded?
It would be a mixture again, because there's grants for, we also get self-governance funds for our YEA program, JOM funds.
Oh, you do
And then
get,
the
oh, you do have
school.
Johnson O'Malley,
Yeah.
so, okay. Not all tribes are still utilizing Johnson O'Malley, but that's helpful.
And then the school is BIA funded,
Partially BIA.
partially, yep.
BIE? Or
BIE, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Just want to make sure I captured that correctly. One of the things that we have been talking about internally, as we're talking about this before and after school care, which, again, it's serving K-12 students, but because it sits before and after the in-class time, it doesn't fall within MDE directly, it falls within MyLeap, is there are grants and there are some support programs that MyLeap does offer, and we are curious. I do not want to assume that the answer is the same at every tribal nation or in every conversation. But one of the things that we've been discussing is as grant opportunities come available through MyLeap to support some of these before and after school programs and or summer camps, we think it would be important, we want to hear from you, to have separate set-aside conversations, listening sessions just for tribal nations. So rather than opening up and having an information session or a Q&A with, all of the various community partners in the state, we wouldn't want to have the tribal leaders or your representatives, be in a conversation while other community partners. We think it would be appropriate to have set-aside focused conversations just for the tribes. And I would be curious if that would be something that Sault Ste. Marie would be interested in, having focused tribal listening sessions. Okay. We are working right now to kind of do some review and revising of what is called OST, or the out-of-school time grants. That is an entire grant process, and that is one that we are looking to roll into this updating of the program, and opportunity for tribes specifically to have focused information sessions so that we can hear about your needs, the unique needs that you have in serving your tribal families. So I appreciate that kind of response to take that back to the group. And what about summer camp?
We also have summer camps through our YEA program as well.
Have any of these programs experienced any loss from the federal dollars in terms of funding that you're aware of?
No.
No, but we also have, Big Bear runs a summer youth program, and also we do summer school at JKL Bawadi.
Okay. McGuetch. I'm going to jump beyond the K-12 space into adult lifelong. Does Sault Ste. Marie support or have any type of GED programming? And if so, what does that look like and how is it funded?
Yeah, that's a partnership agreement with our consolidated school service or district here. And we fund the positions and they administer the program, and we work in a partnership.
Excellent. I know that over the years, support for GED completion has been cut, particularly in between like 2003 and 2008. A lot of funding and support mechanisms for GED have been eliminated, and I know that tribes have really stepped up in a lot of spaces. So in the conversations that I'm having, it's been great to hear about the GED programs that support, whether it's tutoring or the testing, et cetera. But I also know that for many tribes that they're doing that out of tribal dollars. And so having conversations back at the state agency around what does GED completion or credit recovery look like. So I don't know if JKL Babatang or anyone else supports credit recovery different than GED, but is there an opportunity to do credit recovery so that students are receiving a diploma from their actual institution?
I know they do credit recovery at the alternative school,
Okay.
so.
And they do at our high school too, and students do have to pay for that out of pocket.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you speaking Sioux High then, Sault Ste. Marie High School?
Yeah, I don't have a full list of what schools do, but sometimes we get requests. We have a youth development fund to help fund that.
Sure.
And so we try the best we can with the resources we have to assist.
To
where
support that?
possible.
Okay. But credit recovery, from your understanding, just kind of regionally is like an out-of-pocket expense? Okay. And I'm obviously somewhat familiar with the higher education pieces due to working with your higher ed staff on tuition waiver. Is there anything in particular in terms of supporting adult and lifelong education, vocational training that would be valuable to mention?
Well, growing our vocational programs and offerings is a huge goal of our department, so that could definitely be like a conversation to
Okay.
kind of work on that. We do have a WIOA program as well that has a lot of programs and offerings through that service, but a lot of that is income-based to
Okay.
get the services, so just looking at that in general would be beneficial.
Can I ask then what some of the significant challenges are for Sault Ste. Marie in meeting the needs and/or having your citizens and families and households partake or participate and receive benefits from others? Is income, are income guidelines a barrier? What are the other barriers that you all recognize with your families?
Yeah, yeah.
I was just going to say that, yeah, transportation.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Of course. What are you talking in terms of all the barriers for them to get to and from any kind of education services?
Yeah, thinking about the things that fall within My Leap's purview, so the early education, early childhood education, and then also GED, adult ed, vocational, and higher ed. What would be some of the like key barriers that if you were doing some strategic planning or you're having conversations as a board and as a tribal government, some of the things that are definitely prohibitive to your citizens and families in terms of achieving the opportunity for to continue their education and move to the next step?
Yeah, well, I represent Unit 2. You probably know that, Melissa. We've had lots of discussions in the past. Transportation is the number one in our rural areas because there is no transportation for, if somebody in Rexton wanted to go to a nightly GED class, and transportation was an issue, they wouldn't get there. And we have 6 or 7 schools within Unit 2, and I'm not sure that hardly any of them anymore offer up GED classes. There was an alternative school in Cedarville for a long time, but I'm not sure how that's even going. I know a lot of people went to that, and a lot of the kids in school got pushed to that, when I worked at the school. And income, too. There's another one, income. I don't know, especially for vocational, if these younger adults, but they're not quite, on their own, if they have to go by their parents' income to get into vocational training, they can't afford it, and that's their parents' income, not their income. So all three of those are a big barrier, but the number one in our unit would definitely be transportation.
Okay. And what about internet access and technology?
Get me started.
It's another one.
Don't even get me started on that one, yeah.
Okay.
We don't even have, that in Hessel most of the time to get our meetings up and running in a timely manner, let alone, offering any kind of things at the tribal center. So internet access is one. It's getting better, a little bit better, but yeah, that's another one. But we're working on that with our other thing too, so.
Right, I know that there are some other kind of statewide initiatives around broadband access and what have you, but I did have something specifically come across my desk at the end of last week, I think on Friday when I was up at Bay Mills, that had to do with broadband access, specifically around education, higher education. So they're going to be looping in a conversation, and so it's important for me to get this feedback so that as I, step into that conversation, I have appropriate and more accurate kind of understanding of the challenges that you have.
I just have one more thing, too. A while back, I know that schools, have sent laptops home to kids for them to do work on them, after school, their homework and things like that. And I have, they run into barriers of even paying that deposit for that computer. So I know that, for our tribal members, that could be another issue of those kids, if they can't pay. It was quite expensive. They get the money back, but still, you have to give that money out and then worry frantically if your kid's going to mess that computer up and you're not getting that money back. So that's another barrier that we have put on us from the school systems. And I don't know if that's, something that you can, or you have, any insight to, but that's another one.
Okay, excellent. Anyone else want to elevate any specific barriers or challenges?
Rob?
Yeah, I think just meeting the baseline needs of everyday living for a lot of families is an issue. For example, food insecurity. Like if you look at the Maslow's hierarchy needs, you can't really expect someone to excel in education if they don't have their basic needs. I think one of the main ones is a lack of adequate mental health services for youth.
McWatch for sharing that.
Okay, anyone else? Would anyone else like to share anything?
Okay. McWatch, I do think, depending on, this kind of at least gives me like a snapshot, right, to kind of identify the programs and services that Sault Ste. Marie administers or has available, possibly in partnership with the greater community. I would appreciate, and if there is an opportunity to do a deeper dive with government staff and leadership, or however leadership chooses to direct that, I would definitely want to do that in person if possible, just spend some time, even some site visits. Some tribes have said, like, let's go see the Head Start, or, let's go see our preschool, whatever that looks like. That's the best way for me to become most familiar and to ensure that when I am having these conversations with other partners that I am representing or speaking appropriately and accurately about your tribal community. And I also just want to indicate that this is not a one and done. This is not Melissa coming in and just saying, hi, I'm from My Leap now, and you're not going to see me again. Obviously, we've kind of already identified the places that you'll see me on a regular basis through tribal state calls and United Tribes, but I really am wanting this to be, again, kind of the first building block of, and building the foundation of this relationship so that the My Leap and tribal relationship is built in a way that serves us both, on the state side and on the tribal side, that acknowledges, again, the unique needs and challenges and contributions of tribal communities, and that I know that this relationship, even within the tribal state, will be unique to Sault Ste. Marie, just like it will be unique to Gun Lake or unique to Pokagon, right? Each of our relationships are going to be unique. One of the ways in which I kind of frame the challenge that I have in front of me, and I find it a good challenge, but it is a challenge. And I don't mean to pick on, if I'm sure that people are going to be like, hey, Karen, she's always mentioning your name. If you've ever met Karen Gagnon from MISTA, or the Michigan Housing Development Authority, so the housing agency on state side, she has kind of a one-to-one relationship, right? She works with housing directors. And that's wonderful. MDE works with education directors. So they have a one-to-one, meaning that they have a counterpart on the tribal side to work with. MyLeap, because we have this very, very expansive umbrella of services, we are not going to have a one-to-one relationship. The relationship that we're going to build will be with councils and boards like yourself. It may be with youth services directors, because a lot of these programs don't sit in education. It may be with health and family services, because child care funds, and child care facilities might sit in health and human services within the tribe. So that means my relationship might also be with a health director. It may be with education directors. I'm also learning that some of these programs for some tribes sit in their culture and language programs. So where, again, in the housing world, there's kind of a one-to-one relationship, we're not going to have quite the same thing. It's going to be much more complex, it's going to be much more diversified, and it's going to take a lot of effort to ensure that we are able to capture where all of these different programs that MyLeap touches, where they impact or intersect with each tribal nation. And again, it's going to look different at every tribe. So my goal is, again, that this continues on in conversation, and we, are continually visiting this, particularly based on when different grants become available or programs are being renewed, new policies are being written. And a few things just to give you a sense on a broad picture, what's happening within MyLeap. They're kind of happening simultaneously. The first is that putting out an invitation to every tribal nation for what I would kind of call this kind of initial informal consultation. It is my goal to visit with every tribal nation that will have me. And, I've already got about half of the tribes meetings already accomplished at this point, with a few more scheduled to come. That is one piece. The other piece is that internally, we can't do this work unless MyLeap and its agency and its employees have an understanding of what tribal-state relationships mean and what tribal governance is and tribal sovereignty is. So we have also required that every employee at MyLeap, which is now close to 400, has taken the tribal state training module that was rolled out by the governor's office. Not all agencies have required it for every employee. Some have required it just for small pockets of employees. But for MyLeap, we are committed, and we feel that every employee, regardless of whether or not their work is directly involved with tribes, that they need to have that foundational understanding of tribal sovereignty, tribal governance, treaty rights, and also history that has impacted tribal communities. So we have that tribal state training happening. We also have a tribal focus group internally, and that focus group, because MyLeap has 4 different divisions and dozens and dozens of programs, is we've created a cross-sectional or a lateral work group that will help us pay attention to what's happening from early childhood all the way to adult and lifelong education, and the programs that we are administering and that may be in any space and time intersecting with or engaging tribal communities. So we will be utilizing this work group to do a couple of things. That is, one, to create a language framework so that, and a communication framework so that tribes, your tribal households, families, and your staff will be able to identify the easiest and best ways to receive information from MyLeap. One of those things, for example, could be the FAFSA for higher education. So how do students fill out the FAFSA? What's the information, current information about the FAFSA? We want to make sure that your appropriate staff and your families get that information. So we want to identify and roll out appropriate communication methods. We are also going to be doing some program and policy review. So we're going to be kind of internally becoming focused on policies and programs and ensuring that any grants and any policies appropriately have the language in them that identifies the tribal-state relationship and upholds tribal sovereignty, and also, just really ensures that we're not creating any unintended barriers for tribes to participate or be supported by our work. So we're going to be doing an internal program review. We're also going to be doing some professional development. Again, we feel that the MyLeap staff across the board needs to continue to have and grow their understanding and awareness of tribes who share geography with Michigan and who we have these tribal state relationships with. So we have that piece happening as well. We're also going to be holding a higher ed convening. This is going to be in July, sort of around the same time that CMTED, the Confederation of Michigan Tribal Ed Departments, will be meeting. And our goal there is to create a platform and a space for all higher ed institutions who have any type of Indigenous and Native student-focused initiatives, programs, or services on their campus, so that we can come together and talk about best practices, we can talk about challenges, we can talk about, again, what higher ed institutions are facing right now in the current climate, particularly with the DEI attacks that are happening, and really elevate that, again, tribal-state relationships are not DEI and why, and so that we can look at ways to collaborate and support each other in the higher ed arena of serving Native and Indigenous students. And then we're also going to be launching a summit, which will really be an opportunity for MyLeap and the tribes to come together and have, for example, your specific program staff meet with our specific program staff. We'll want to roll out maybe an opportunity, probably the first one would be in Lansing, but give MyLeap an opportunity to kind of roll out their programs and services, and then maybe have breakout sessions where your youth services can meet with our out-of-school team that handles the out-of-school grants, or maybe if someone's working in the child care licensing and child care quality space, your child care folks can meet. So the goal would be to have this kind of very focused, tribal-specific summit where we can all kind of gather and share information and also just really hear from you. So those are some of like our 6 to 9 month goals. So again, I just want to kind of reiterate that this is not the first and last time that you would see me. We are looking to continue building this in ways that are meaningful to all of you. And I don't want to overstay the time. So I guess I would just want to hear from any of you if you have specific questions, things that you would like for me to take back to maybe ponder on before another opportunity to meet with your leadership and staff, or if there's specific questions, maybe something that wasn't clear or you would like for me to define a little bit better.
Okay, any final questions? Okay, Kim, Lana?
So the tuition waiver program's still going to go exactly how it is right now?
Yes,
Just it's in a different location?
That's correct. I appreciate you asking that. So yes, the tuition waiver is running as usual. It was just literally picked up from one house and dropped into another house. There are a few changes, but not changes to the process. Some of those changes are really about trying to make it easier for students to apply, also to make reporting on the data we do collect. And I want to be clear that we do not collect any data that is not asked for or required by the legislature, because there's no point in providing things that could be a target. So we're kind of putting in some more, I guess, technical mechanisms to streamline the process. But as far as the student knows at this time, there's nothing legislatively that has changed and nothing in terms of the processing and the eligibility determination. So I appreciate you asking. I just have more resources now than I did before. I'm in a bigger agency.
Lana?
So, well, this is good news, because in the past, we did have, certain services. I don't know if Intertribal Council was helping service those, or how we were getting grants from other areas, but we always have, tribal members calling and asking about GED resources, vocational training, FAFSA, college prep, all of those things. And, we're like a one-man show right now in the education department trying to figure all of that out. So Do you have a listing of resources that, is handy that we can start referring our tribal members to right now, is the first question. And then the second question, anything that we can get back to building our education department up for all of those things are going to be beneficial, because in the past, we did have college prep. A little bit, and now we just don't. So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that you're letting us all know that all of that stuff is available to use you as a tool and a resource to get all that built back up. So that's good.
Miigwech, I think that a couple of things. One of the, some of the feedback I've gotten from some of the tribal visits is if MyLeap could have a directory, kind of a menu or portfolio of all of the things that we have within our agency, whether they are externally facing programs or programs that are providing technical support. But again, MyLeap is so much bigger than MDCR, and also because all of these programs have come and been plucked from other agencies and dropped into this new agency, we're all kind of learning as we go. But having some sort of a portfolio directory that says, everything in higher ed that we do, everything in early childhood that we do. By capturing some of the things that Sault Ste. Marie either administers or doesn't administer or does in partnership with your local, municipal or county governments, things like that, and county programs, this helps to, again, kind of create a snapshot or this like quick landscape analysis for me, so that as one, we're talking about why aren't tribes participating in this program, or why do the programs not seem to be impactful for tribes? Whatever those questions may be, this is going to help give me some of that background. And we can go back and say, what changes do we need to make? Where do we need to make some revisions? And I am very conscientious, and I have said this in a number of spaces, that I am not going to be the person that's going to come and ask for feedback from tribes if the feedback cannot actually be taken authentically and utilized or acted upon. Like, it's not going to be some face value, hey, can we hear from you, but we actually can't do anything. I'm only going to come to you if there's an opportunity that we can say, how can we actually revise or rework or reframe something, right? But getting this kind of sense as to how many tribes are engaged with having their childcare licenses directly from the state versus the tribe has its own law that they can license themselves. Does that pose any challenges? And just because we're not licensing your childcare doesn't mean we can't support you in some way. So what are some of the resources that we can support? So those are the things that I, after kind of doing this great big capture, I want to go back and talk about. I think that we're even seeing within our division right now that MyLeap does say lifelong education advancement and potential, and it's really about also adult education, not just what happens in the higher ed space and not just what happens in early childhood. I don't know how the GED and credit recovery and kind of adult ed pieces are being strategically and intentionally supported, and what kind of measures are being taken. But I know that my deputy director and I have had conversations that GED across the state, not just in tribal communities, but for most marginalized populations, GED completion is a space that there isn't a lot of support. So we want to say, okay, it may take some time, but how do we build this as an actual, just like we might have grants to support summer camps, what do we need to do to help support GED? Again, it may take time, but that's why these conversations are helpful.
And just one last thing. We used to have GED classes. Do we still offer those?
Yes.
Still, okay. I wasn't just up here in Sault Ste. Marie at this point, so that's been ongoing for a long time.
Yep. Correct.
And Melissa, is there any underutilized services right now, like that you can think off the top of your head that we can get that we're not? Just by hearing what you've heard.
I would say possibly the out-of-school time grant, which is the before and after school care, might be one. I know that there are not a lot of tribes that participate in that. There are also some other, what we call, if you've heard the governor's platform, 60 by 30, which is 60% of Michigan's citizens having, certificate or a degree by 2030. There are a lot of, there are some grants and some different programs in the 60 by 30 office. And we are working with the tribal colleges right now to kind of elevate some of those things. But there are ways in which we can do more initiatives, maybe around FAFSA completions at the high schools, or other things like that. So I will definitely go back with our tribal focus group and say, do you have tribes participating? If not, let's target that. And we also need to come back to you all and say, are you aware of this? If you are, why does it not seem viable for you to participate? And that's the dialogue we need to continue having.
Thanks.
Okay, anyone else?
Austin, can I just, sorry.
Go ahead, Michael.
Just real quick, will you be continue giving, or you or someone from your department be giving updates at United Tribes? Because those, I always found those very helpful, very useful. So is that the plan?
Oh, absolutely. I think Executive Director Frank Edwakishik, he was my first tribal chairman that I worked under, so I have a wonderful relationship with him, and I have a standing space on that agenda, and know that agenda now will be more than just the tuition waiver. It's going to be a bit more all-encompassing, more programmatically, but the tuition waiver is still an aspect of it. So miigwech for that question, yes.
Yeah.
So as the president of UTM, we always give Melissa time. She's welcome to speak before us anytime she wants to, so. Also, United Tribes of Michigan will be hosted by the Sioux Tribe in the springtime, so we'll have every single federally recognized tribe in the state here on property next spring, so something we can be really proud of. Final opportunity, questions, comments? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Austin, I was just going to say before we get going that I'm just kind of starting to get a deep dive. Actually, I haven't done deep dives with Melissa yet, but I'm here today also to kind of learn some of these things, but I also just want to let you all know, I think I put these in my reports, but I'm also part of your focus group for the tribal state. And to Lana, kind of piggyback off the questions you had, it's my goal is to kind of sit with her and do a deep dive. For example, FAFSA, we do upon request, but we could grow that. And the after school, I would definitely be interested in. So we'll sit and then maybe pull in like Lisa and Chandra and have those conversations. And then Isaac brought up a good point with like summer rec and some of the other programs. I'll have to work with Jazz that aren't education to kind of help you make those contacts as well for other funding sources. So, okay.
Yeah, miigwech, and I look forward to finding out or learning how you all in leadership would like for us to take next steps, possibly in collaboration with Stephanie here, so that we can do some more like deep dive conversations and get feedback from all of you. So I really appreciate your time, and I know it's a brief introduction, so miigwech.
Much appreciated. All right, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll jump into agenda review. Get started with agenda review. First up, Mr. Doyle. Is Danny in here right now? Okay.
He is on Zoom.
Danny, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, could you cover your resolutions that are on the agenda for tonight, please? We can start with governmental small business credit initiative, establish FY 2025 budget.
Yes, this is to establish a budget for a Refocus Thrive program, which will now be funded through the Department of Treasury. It is for to be focused on helping small business owners prepare to utilize the capital support program through that we will be deploying here end of this quarter.
All right, I appreciate that. Any questions, comments on this resolution? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next. Do you have any other ones on for tonight, Danny, or is that it?
I don't believe so. Helen has multiple. I may speak to some of those, but for myself, no.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up, we have the Budgets Department to cover the next couple. The first one would be Continued Funding Authority Health Division for FY 2025, Schedule B budgets, October through September, January through December.
This was workshop last week. This is the continuing funding resolution for, I think, 76 or 78 budgets that have already started. And we're just looking if we, oh, I lied, it's 68. I'm sorry, I misspoke. 68 cost centers. And if they're not approved, we need this.
Okay, any questions, comments on this?
And we are scheduled July 1st to meet with the board, or no, July 2nd. I don't know, 1st or 2nd, whatever that Tuesday is. The 1st, sorry.
Okay, all right, hearing none, we can move on to the next resolution on for tonight, and that is FY 2026 Budget Document 001, Schedule A budgets. And I believe we workshopped this already. We workshopped
Yes.
at least half of these.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
This is document Schedule A for 2026. And it has a total of $18,773.79. It's 76 budgets, one with tribal support. There's Native Employment Works, Library for Cultural, Adult Education, TED Grant, Elder Meals, the Employment Program, Tribal Practices for Wellness, Natural Resources, and Sanitation.
Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to Continued Funding Authority for fiscal year 2026, April to March, June to May, and July to June.
This resolution needs to be approved. If Schedule A is not approved, we need this approved.
Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to the Elder Division. Thank you, Jen. So the resolution that we're on is Michigan Indian Elders Association Tribal Elder Delegate Appointments.
Hello. So the Michigan Indian Elders Association, there are 3 appointments for Sioux Tribe, 2 delegates and 1 alternate, and all of those positions are open right now. There are 5 elders that have expressed interest in filling those positions.
Thank you, Katie. Any questions, comments from the board on this resolution?
We need to pick the delegate. Question.
Good.
I don't know if this makes a difference or not, or I think you can tell me. Which ones have already participated or served on this committee before?
Most recently, I can share that Luann Bush and Diane Campo have served a couple terms.
Okay. So I don't know, I guess, like, how do we go from here?
So are you proposing that they not attend and new people attend? Is that what you're getting at?
I do.
Okay, so do you have anyone else that's expressed interest that hasn't attended before?
The other 3, as far as.
Okay, so whatever you guys decide.
I mean, what does everybody else think? I think that the 3 who haven't served should be able to serve. Bridget says yeah. Sean's saying shaking his head yes. Isaac?
What's wrong with the ones that are currently sitting?
Because there are 3 openings, well, 2 delegates, 1 alternate, there are 5 people who have expressed interest. 2 of those have already served, so why not give the other 3 a chance?
Why didn't the other 3 petition the board a long time ago?
That I don't have an answer for.
Well, how about this? So if there's 5 people that have expressed consideration in attending and you're picking 2 that have already attended, why are you choosing them over the other 3? Is there a reason? Have they just done a fantastic job, or is that just the first 2 that you thought of?
They were-
You know,
All five.
was there any system in place?
All 5 have expressed an interest in being considered for the 3 open positions.
Yeah, there's nobody listed on the resolution as being delegate 1, delegate 2, or alternate 1. So I'm thinking that you want us to choose who that's going to be.
That's correct. That's how it's been done in the past, is my understanding. When there's been more than it was a discussion.
So I don't know how we're gonna, or how Austin's gonna figure out who we put on there. I say the 3 who have never served before. So that's all.
Well, I expect us to have a little bit of time. Do you guys mind revisiting this at the end of agenda review? Okay, all right, so we are going to come back to this. We're going to circle around, okay? Before the meeting starts. All right, so the next resolution would be appointment of Richard Corbier Jr., Reserve Community Member Appellate Judge. Tracy?
Good afternoon. This resolution will reappoint Judge Corbier for another 4-year term. His 4-year term expired. He sought reappointment, him and one other person. The interview committee interviewed the 2 applicants and unanimously sought to bring forth Judge Corbier for another 4-year term.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments? All right, thank you. The next resolution will be reappointment of Elizabeth Dietz as Elder Appellate Judge.
The same, Judge Dietz's position expired, and she sought reappointment. She was the only elder that applied for the vacancy, and the interview committee interviewed her and unanimously agreed to bring forth and reappoint her for another 4-year term.
Okay, Bridget?
Tracy, for this, do you have to be 55 or 60 to be considered elder?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I want to say 60. I think that's been, I can't remember. I believe it was 60, yes.
Anyone else? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next resolution, which is recruitment and retention of tribal court clerks.
Good afternoon. This resolution we workshopped last week regarding the hiring and retention of a deputy court clerk and a court clerk at a mid or high range. We had discussed the fact that we haven't had a court clerk since the middle of March. Our deputy clerk has been essentially doing the duties of the clerk. We've not had any qualified applicants, and we believe that that's related to the wage that's been offered. And we're asking in this resolution to have the ability to hire at mid or a higher range if we were to receive a qualified applicant.
Okay, thank you, Judge Palmer. Any questions, comments? Go ahead, Lana.
Yeah, I thought it was, I thought last week when we discussed it, it was to the mid. Are you saying that you want to be able to go to the max for that position?
Our intention is to hire at mid unless there was an incredibly qualified person. We'd like that ability to go to the max. And this would be, the amount that we're asking for, obviously, we'd be paying wages for about a half a year, not a whole year. But next year's budget would be modified to that amount. So when we talked about it last week, there was a discussion about, well, if we just approve mid and we're not able to get any qualified applicants there, are we just going to be back in front of the board in another month and we'll go another month without a clerk? So our request is that ability to go to the max. That's not our intent unless we had to, I suppose.
And just to be clear, there is no applicants that have put in for this position. That's why you're here.
There have been many applicants, none of which had the met the requirements for the job.
So you haven't had anyone to interview because they haven't met the qualifications?
That's true. Nobody, we'd like, the minimum would be 3 years of experience, and no one has met that requirement. We had one applicant who had previously been a clerk. he wasn't able to take the job because he couldn't find housing at the pay rate that we were able to offer. And so we continue to kind of twist in the wind without a court clerk.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bridget?
So we're looking at doing a wage review for the current deputy clerk then?
Deputy clerk and clerk, yes.
But the one that's full right now is the deputy, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to do a wage review on somebody currently in the position because the compensation study did not help that position?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Judge Palmer. Next resolution is Sioux Tribe Incorporated Charter Board Appointment Approval. Johnson, Rachel Heckel. Okay, so we just workshopped this. Rachel's not on right now. Any discussion on this? Okay, how about the next one? Sioux Tribe Incorporated Charter Board Appointment Approval, Fraser with Rachel Heckel. Any discussion there? Again, we talked about it earlier today. Hearing none, we'll skip both of those and we'll move on to acceptance of bid for the installation of a new elevator and modernization of the existing elevator at Sioux Tribe Health.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I had sought some Indian Health Service funding. It's called the Backlog of Essential Maintenance and Repair. They identified our existing elevator to be, I guess, near end of life, needed what's called modernization. But they also identified that we probably should have another elevator. And we do have 2 elevator shafts in the health center. A lot of people don't know that. It's right next to the old elevator. It was cut back in the construction to reduce cost, apparently. So we do have the shaft in place. So I sought these funds through Indian Health Service. We received an initial batch of funding, which fell short of the actual when we bid it. So I had to go back to IHS, shake the tree a little bit more. They sprinkled down some more money, so we got real close. So we're about 95% of the funding we have, and I have the other overage in the pending 2025 budgets. And CEO Benko is in support of this, is getting this, because our elevator is, well, pushing 30 years old, and that modernization is needed. So we would have one freight elevator and also a one people elevator. So that's what I'm here. We got a bid. We have a qualified applicant, and that's what I'm here to ask for the board's approval on.
Thank you, Joel. Any questions, comments from the board? Lana?
Well, it's nice to hear you took the initiative to shake that tree and get some money for this
Yeah, they
project.
gave us a nice second chunk, so.
95% of it's impressive, Joel, so good for you.
No, we're going to be happy. It's going to help our facility one could go down at any moment, and we would always have the backup. And we've been functioning actually in a freight elevator, as that's what they ended up putting in originally.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, let's move on to the next resolution then, which would be authorization to enter into contract with Mandel Electric, Inc. This is with Helen, and Helen, you're covering the next 10 resolutions for us, so if you'd like to get started.
Ani, Helen Wilkins, Director of Real Estate. So the first resolution today is authorization to enter into the contract with Mandel Electric. This is to fulfill the electrical work in Sawyer Village over in Gwen for the renovation of the 42 homes as described in the project number 25046.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
Just a comment, I think I made it before. We need to get her a new printer, or somebody a new printer, because you can't hardly read this this bid recommendation. I think we had that issue before. The ink's really bad, but because I like those bid recommendations, all that information on there. So just wanted to say that.
Anyone else? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next resolution, which is authorization to enter into contract with Nicolay Shores Plumbing, Inc.
Okay. This is to award the contract to Nicolay Shores Plumbing to fulfill the plumbing work in Sawyer Village for the renovation of those 42 homes as described in project 25047.
All right, any questions, comments from the board? Bridget?
I don't know that this is for you, Helen, this may be purchasing, but when you look at in the direct solicit to plumbing companies, I don't know if they're soliciting to people that are actually in the area. And, there's a lot of Sioux Tribe members that own plumbing companies in the 7-county service area. So just a concern with that, since these are both non-native companies, and it doesn't even look like we solicited Sioux Tribe members. So hopefully we do that, and like I said, maybe I can find out why. It's just whether they're those located closest to the project, I don't know. But I know that companies do work away from their home area certain times, so.
Okay, next resolution is authorization to enter into contract with Socorro Sheet Metal, Inc. Helen?
So this is to award the contract for Socorro Sheet Metal to fulfill the replacement of the furnaces in Sawyer Village of the 42 homes that we're renovating, described in Project 25042.
Okay, any questions, comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next, which is residential land lease cancellation for Diane Van Valkenburg.
Okay, this resolution is to offer, or to authorize the tribal chairman and the tribal treasurer to execute the residential land lease cancellation for the property that her home is on. She is requesting this cancellation as she's selling her home to her daughter, who is in the list of resolutions as well.
Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next resolution, which is residential land lease Brenda Brownlee.
Okay, so Brenda Brownlee has, and the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority has requested the conveyance of this property to Brenda. She is a tribal member. She has satisfied all the requirements of the contract under the home ownership program. Myself and the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority agree that this is in the best interest of the tribe and this member.
Okay, any questions, comments? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next one, residential land lease Cassandra Franklin.
Okay, so this resolution goes with Van Valkenburg. Cassandra is a tribal member. She is purchasing the home from her mom, also a tribal member, and I agree that this is in the best interest of the family and the tribe.
Questions, comments? Hearing none, we'll move on to residential land lease Wendy May and David William Harton.
Okay. The Sioux Tribe Housing Authority is in the conveyance of this property to this couple. Wendy and David Harton. This family has satisfied all the requirements of the contract under the home ownership program. Myself and the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority agree that this is in the best interest of the tribe and this family.
Okay, any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, we'll move on to residential land lease Jace General.
Okay, so this is a home that at this time the land lease is under the Sioux Tribe, and the home is owned by a local credit union. They are selling this home. Jace is in the process of doing that, and he will need to have the land lease for this home. And so we're doing this to fulfill that. We do believe it is in the interest of the tribe and this tribal member to issue him a residential land lease.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Bridget.
Helen, is this the home that we had issues with for several years with someone purchasing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so this will take care of that and we'll be done with it?
It will.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next resolution is naming of the guest house.
Okay, so I wasn't sure if this needed to go to the board, but I felt that it should. We would like to formally rename, not rename it, I guess, but we would like to still call it the guest house, but use its tribal counterpart to add to it. And I apologize, but I don't want to pronounce that. if that's okay with you.
That's okay. Lana?
Okay.
Oh, Helen, yeah, I know that we would do this in the past, and there was, some discussions on who would do that or whatever, but I just want to give you a shout out for, and usually the board does always approve the namings of them, but for you to take the initiative to incorporate, or you guys to take the initiative to incorporate, our language into the naming of those is really appreciated.
You're welcome. So I did approach an elder and asked for some advice and in this. And so the name means visitor house
Yeah, very good.
already. So I thought that was the best way to go with that facility. It's already very well known as the guest house, so I thought this would just add to it.
Very nice. Any other questions, comments? Okay, we'll move on to naming of the Seven Seas building.
So this one is a little bit different. We talked about it. I met with an elder as well, and we would like to completely rename this building. We've done a lot of exterior and interior work to this building, and I really think we need to put our pride into that in the name, as well as the look of it, and what it does for the people that live there and have their shops there. So I'm proposing the new name to be Portage Place, not the or anything, just Portage Place. It is on Portage Street. It is across from where the rapids would have been. It would be where we portaged to get to the rapids to do our fishing and our way of life in the summer. So I would like to name it Portage Place with its Ojibwe counterpart, Onagamingum. I can't pronounce the other one, but I got that one okay, I think.
Hey, Helen, can you inform the board of the plan to put the mural on the side of the building, which would reflect and just add value to this name?
I sure can. So I've been doing some research on some different pictures that are up in our building here at administration, some different things, and I've got some ideas, and I've met with a person that does murals in our local area, and we would like to put a mural on, it's actually going to be on the Ferris Street side, but it would be of our people portaging to the rapids.
Okay, very nice. Thank you for that explanation. Any questions, comments? Okay, let's circle back to, thank you, Helen, by the way.
You're welcome, and I'm sorry it took so much of your time today.
No, you had 10 of them. So let's circle back to the resolution from the Elder Division, if you want to come up, Katie. So I'm going to do a poll. So we're going to poll the board to find out whether or not you want new people to be sent or the same people. So when Lana calls it, yes, Bridget. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, when this agenda came out and I asked Lana for past resolutions for MIEA, going back, there was like 4 or 5 resolutions, I think. And I have nothing against the people that have been doing it, but like Kim said, I think we should also allow others to join, to get that experience as well. So I would support the other 3 people to be on there based on, and I know that it might come out to a unit thing, but just like I said, going back for those several years, it's been the same people on it. So just trying to give other people that opportunity.
Isaac.
Are we going to do this with other committees and appointments? I guess if we're starting precedents, we should surely do it.
Kim.
So, as I said earlier, during the actual review of the first, and Katie confirmed that all 5 individuals' names are listed in the resolution. But then at the bottom of the resolution, it says delegate 1, which is blank, delegate 2, which is blank, alternate 1, blank. So Katie didn't choose, and none of the other units chose which 3 of the 5 were going to be on there. So she figured that we would do it. So right now, we have nobody. Like, there is nobody.
Okay, so this is my
So
proposition.
it's not like we were just picking them because we feel like picking them after she already picked them.
So what I propose doing is we poll the board, determine whether or not you want new people or the same people. If you want new people, I recommend that she place the 3 names in a hat and just draw them. First one draws, delegate 1, second one, delegate 2, third one draw, alternate. It'd be the quickest, easiest way, rather than debating the people who I don't even know who they are. You guys okay with that? Okay, Kim, then Rob.
And then me.
I don't know if I'm missing anything, but I don't see John's in this packet. I only got 4 of them in here.
Okay, Rob.
I'm fine with picking from a hat, but my question is there anything in code requiring us to only have 1 alternate? Could we have 3 alternates?
I believe that's how the MIEA has it set up. There are 3 opportunities a year for elders to attend MIEA functions. In past resolutions, I looked, it was approved for additional people to travel to meetings outside of the 3 that were named as delegates and the alternate.
Okay, Kim? Okay, we'll do the poll. When Lana calls on you, just say new or old. Bridget?
Yeah, I did see that, Katie, so that would be another solution. We just pay for all 5 of them to go would be the other thing, and some of them would be the delegate and alternate, and the other ones would just be attending. I don't know if they're attending, if they're not a representative or not.
So let's do it this way, and if she wants to come back, when is the trip, Katie?
So the one in July is open to anyone. So the nice thing about that, there will be multiple elders hopefully traveling. The one thing that's different, they have a meeting, like a board meeting, the night before the big day opens. So it would be potential that just the 3 would go to that. But then in October and again in April, there might be just board meetings. That's what they did this past year.
Okay. Well, we only have 20 minutes to go through the rest of this agenda, so let's do the poll and let Lana know either side, and then we'll just draw some names.
So you're just saying new or old?
New or old.
Okay.
Make it simple.
Kim Gravel.
Old.
Isaac.
Old.
Sean.
New.
Michael.
Old.
Rob.
New.
Bridget. Tyler.
Indifferent.
Larry.
New.
Kimley. Lana.
I have to abstain, my dad's in that list.
Kim Hampton.
No.
1, 2, 3, 6 new, 3 old.
Okay, Katie, can you put those 3 names in a hat, do the drawing, come back up, report who they are, that way we can get it in the resolution? Okay, thank you. All right, so let's get back to the agenda. Sean, do you mind if we cover your resolution last? Rob wants to do it in closed, and I want to make sure we can get through these other ones really fast. Okay. All right, so there's key employees, so I put an item on for key employee that's simply to determine whether or not the board wants to hire the CIO candidate. We've done multiple rounds of interviews with this individual, and it's the preferred candidate by the interview panel in the executive steering committee. Questions, comments there? Okay, so we'll move on from that. We have separation of powers amendment. Rob, do you want to briefly describe what that is?
Yeah, I think we've gone over it enough times in here for the majority of membership to know what the separation of powers is, and it's was brought forward by the membership in 2012. I decided to do it a little bit different this time. I think possibly this could have been the way that we should have done it to begin with, because I think that the board's job is not to determine the structure of government that we operate in, and I believe that that should always be left to the membership. And so the draft of the constitutional amendment to separate the powers was taken directly from the 2012 draft that was brought forward by a membership-driven committee, the Constitutional Committee. So I don't think that we should be revising at the board table when the intent of that committee was specifically to have it membership-driven. So I think to do it in a way that upholds the will of our membership, I think that we need to send the separation of powers directly to the BIA for a technical review and without manipulating it at the board table.
Kim?
Okay, I was on that Constitution Committee, and I got off because, well, when it was over, I didn't agree with what came forward. And I still don't agree with a lot that's in there. And we've only had one meeting between us, and we just haven't been able to get together again. And I look back and what's that thing called where we have to respond to the dates?
Doodle poll.
Doodle. I was going to say monkey, but and there was only 2 people who responded to different dates. So I think we should meet together again. And if the membership, make it so the membership can come, but we've only met once, if I'm remembering correctly. So I don't think this is ready to go. And like I said, I sat on that Constitution Committee for a couple of years, and at the end of it, I didn't agree with what came forward.
Okay, Lana, and then I ask that we move on because we don't have a whole lot of time, then Kim Hampton. So if we can keep it at the list, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead, Lana.
So I don't know, I know on the agenda, it's under new business for separation of powers amendment, but there's no I didn't get a resolution in my packet. There's no resolution in the packet. So what would we?
Be a motion.
The amendment is in your packet.
Lana, I can answer that quick.
Yeah,
So
okay, yeah.
If we do it by resolution, you're going to trigger a BIA election.
Okay.
And I don't think from our discussions that the majority of the board thinks this version is ready for a BIA election. We were workshopping this, right? The latest draft we have, unfortunately, now is from January because of the cyber event. But this would be an informal, technical review from BIA to solicit some of their comments, as we also work with the board directors on if you guys schedule your meetings on your comments, and then we would presumably create a draft that we could send out to a vote with the membership. That's why it's not by resolution. We didn't want to. I advise Rob not to do it by resolution if we get in technical input, because you're going to trigger the election. And so this is a motion, so we don't trigger an election if we're not ready for it.
Okay, so where am I missing the language motion, or the language motion?
You would state it.
Okay, so when the motion is said, I just got to get this straight because I wasn't involved in the conversation. So by saying yes to the motion, we are going to send this October 1st, 2024 document to the BIA for technical review. That's all, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, in this October 1st, 2024 document, who created this one?
I believe, I don't want to speak for Director McGrory, but I believe it was his attempt to marry up the different drafts that were out there. It's a combination of the 2012 draft and then some subsequent edits. It's not the current draft that we meaning the board and the legal department, were working on with prior general counsel. It's a draft from before that.
Okay, has this document been available for the public to review? This one's sitting in front of us right now.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this one was posted at one time to our website. This is a while back. It might have been.
Rob, you said yes?
Back in
Yes,
January.
this is the one that was posted on our
Okay.
website that we reviewed with our former general counsel.
Okay, and in this, it is the 3-branch government, not the 2-branch, correct?
Yes, what this is an extraction of all the components from the new constitution submitted in 2012 by the Constitutional Committee. I only retracted the components that are essential to the separation of powers.
Okay, and then my last one, by sending this off to the technical review for the BIA, it doesn't obligate us to do anything other than look at what they send us back.
That's correct. This would be, we reach out to the BAA and ask them to just provide some of their comments on our draft. This is not a formal request for them to initiate a constitutional election. So then we can take their comments and review them as a government and decide what we want to do with them, if anything.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, Kim Hampton, then Mike.
Okay, that answered my question. I was going to ask Rob why it was in the form of a motion, not a resolution. Ryan answered that. So it doesn't trigger a BIA election. I believe that this is the 2012 version that I think I may have put on an agenda with Rob a while ago to send for technical review. And obviously, it never got the okay to do it. I do not feel that we should be interfering in something that our members have to do, but they've already prepared this. So I will support sending it to the BIA for technical review, as long as when it comes back, us as a board are not the ones who are changing things, and our members are actually going to be involved in that as well. Thank you.
Mike.
Actually, I'm glad you said that, because if we're sending this for technical review, but then you just stated we're not going to make any changes, I don't think this is ready for us to send this to the BIA saying this is exactly how we want to move forward. I get what people are saying about membership driven, but they already voted once on an amendment to take the chair out of our current constitution. This creates a whole new branch of it. So we can't say, hey, the membership should drive this, but the membership already also voted to take the chair out of the executive position. So they're contradictory. So if we're not just sending this for technical review, we're sending this to BIA saying this is how we want to move forward. So I can't support that. And I'm still a little not 100% sure that it should be just a motion. I get why you're hesitant, because it might set the wheels in motion, but if we were just looking for a review, the board can't act unless we do resos. And so when we're just doing motions, I thought we said we were going to try to shy away from motions. Motions should just be procedural things in this room. But if it's sending a document to the BIA for review, I guess I have a little concern with that as well, but I don't think it's ready. We had some really good traction on moving forward with constitutional amendment. I think this is a step backwards because it's going back to a 3-branch, and I had originally stated I could support any of the things, but in review of what's happened to our country, I think 2 branches is the best, but I can't support moving this forward knowing that we're not going to touch it or anything like that. So I'll yield at that.
Okay, Rob, and then we have 9 minutes before the meeting starts, and we have other items to review, so I ask that we move on at that point. Go ahead, Rob.
So I'd just like to say that the constitutional amendment that the members passed was to separate the CEO powers from the chair, which would include budgetary authority. This draft that the members submitted in 2012 from the Constitutional Committee places the budgetary authority within the legislative branch, which would be the board. So it's not going back to what the members voted against, because what the members didn't want is for the chair to have budgetary authority within the executive powers of the tribe. This does not do that, and this is what was brought forward by the members. I cannot stress enough that it is not the job of anyone sitting on this board to determine the structure of government. That job must remain in the hands of the membership and the membership alone. Our job is to carry out the functions of the structure of government that our members determine that we operate in, not this board. The governing body should be formed and brought forward of an operational standpoint by the membership and the membership alone. That's why we vote on constitutional amendments, and that's why it's approved by the members.
Okay, can we move on? Okay, well, I'm going to use the restroom. We have 8 minutes before it starts. I mean, you guys are basically having your discussion right now. Kim, then Lana.
All right, in here it says, "The chair shall be in charge of the executive branch of government." That is putting the chair back in charge of our executive branch, and that was what the voters voted to remove.
No. It was
Yes.
specifically the CEO.
Well, same thing.
To you.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Done, Kim? Lana?
Yeah, I'll just agree with Kim, because what I don't want to happen, and I've seen a lot of stuff happen through 20 years, is that by saying yes to send this for a technical review, that we get that technical review, we don't touch it, and we say that, okay, this leadership agreed with it, because I don't agree to a 3-branch government. I agree to a 2-branch. So my concerns are kind of with Director Gravel's and Mike's. So, I'm leery of it. I'm leery of it. We were going down a certain path and stuff that people had mentioned here today. So, if we can, this is all recorded, but we could flash forward a year and say, oh, no, you guys said this is what we're passing and this is what we're doing. I don't want that to happen. So I just don't know what I'll do. That's it.
Okay, let's move on now. The resolution that we're going to cover next is recovery of funds and enforcement of contract/agreement. We have 6 minutes until the meeting begins. Director McGrory has asked to cover this in close, so we're going to have all the members out of the room, and then all staff aside from, I assume, Ryan and Lana. So we'll cover that quickly. is 5:04. I'm going to go ahead and call the regular scheduled meeting to order. We shall start with roll call.
Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Lana Cosley Smith.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Aaron Paymont. Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Rob McGrory.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Michael McCurchy.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Here.
Motion to excuse.
Excuse who? Okay, there's a motion to excuse Aaron Paymont. Any objection there? Okay, so Sean and Bridget object, so we need a second to excuse him.
Support.
Okay, so there's a motion and support to excuse Aaron Paymont. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. So for everyone's information, Aaron told me I can share this. He's at a cancer biopsy, so that's why he's not here today. All right, so we have two items that our legal department requested that we add to the agenda. They are an interim casino HR director and an interim senior attorney. Are there any objections to adding those two items under new business on the agenda? Okay, so hearing no objection, those will both be added under new business. And now we will approve the agenda. So on today's agenda, we have invocation, we have membership participation, we have a presentation on the internship program, we have the approval of minutes from 6/3/25, we have the following resolutions. We have established FY 2025 SSBCI budget, we have CFA Health Division FY 25 Schedule B budgets, we have established FY 26 Schedule A budget, we have CFA FY 26 Schedule A budgets, we have MIEA Tribal Elder Delegate appointments. We have appoint COA Community Member Reserve Corbier. We have reappoint COA Elder Appellate Judge Dietz. We have recruitment and retention of tribal court clerks. We have STI Board appointments Johnson. We have STI Board appointments Frazier. We have accept bid Otis Health Division. We have authorization to enter into contract Mandel Electric Inc. We have authorization to enter into contract Nicolay Shores. We have authorization to enter into contract Sikora Sheet Metal. We have residential lease cancellation Van Valkenburg. We have residential lease Brownlee, residential lease Franklin, residential lease Hartens, residential lease General, naming of the guest house, naming of the 7 Cs building, recovery of funds / enforcement of contracts / agreement. Under new business, we have key employee, separation of powers amendment, supporting Lake Superior Academy School, and then we have interim casino HR director and interim senior attorney. Is there a motion to accept the agenda? Motion. Okay, motion by Isaac and support by Kim. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? The motion carries and the agenda is adopted. And that brings us to our first item, which is invocation with traditional medicine.
Chairman, can I just for the clarity?
You didn't,
for clarity,
you didn't read
record,
in the two you added.
it was interim government HR director. I just want to make sure we're clear on.
My apologies.
That's
My
right.
apologies. So it would be interim government HR director and interim senior attorney. Okay. You good? Okay. Everyone good on that? Okay. Invocation.
I'm just being Gerard. I'm just being Genghis. Bonjour, Menoir. Mabaya Ninchkabevis, Mabaya Sagaski Gizes. Panege, we had to go log in Ishnabe, we can Magoyan. Mabaya, you know, Ginwon Das Goyan, Mega Menoir, Mino Ninage, Nakake, Mabaya, Manani Week. It's really good to be standing here in I guess, good spirit. One of the things that keep me up at night isn't the Keno machines not paying off. It's political politics, nationally, internationally, border crossing, I guess there's a word that talks about pane winigin undagik mamagani akik. And this morning I wrote something about the earth and about land acknowledgements. And I wrote the land acknowledgements from land base, giving thanks to the air, giving thanks to the water, giving thanks to the fire. And then the original keepers of the land is their clanning systems. And it isn't First Nations, it isn't Métis, it isn't non-status, it isn't non-registered. We're all the keepers of the land, regardless of where we are. And when we get into the territorial side of it is where we lose the connection to each other. And when we get like that, we turn away from our ancestors. And so we always got to remember the earth. Shkikamikwa is exactly how it's defined as the mother of medicine, the keeper of the medicine cupboard. And all the clans, whether we're crane clans or whether we're bear clans or whether we're zebra clans or whether we're elephant clans or crocodile clans or spiders, they are the original parents to us. And so this nation, this tribe of all the clans and all the clan songs and all the clans' prayers, that's leadership from the spiritual side of those learnings. And they were here long before any humans came last. And I was thinking about that this morning, just getting up and then looking around and thinking about how lucky I am. Not because of anything physical, but because the other day was Father's Day. And I was thinking that somewhere along the line, a while back, it was Mother's Day. But between that mother being a mother and that father being a father, there was the spirit of where they came from on the promontory of those animals, of that clanning system. I will forever be with you because that's who our parents are. So I just wanted to share that. And each and every one of us here, we all do have a clan. And each and every one of us here, we do all have our name. And that's that infinity of spirit. And that's our infinity of our bloodline. Nahamuju. Bajo ni ate goya, the God many dok, winigi can mugoyan, and Bajo God, we need Chigamaga, we. Mabaya, we went them goyan, and we aki aga, winigi no sagoyan, and Mabagani aki ayaga, winigi but mum say I. Mabagay was the goyan and swimming. Mabagay, winigi can mugoyan, mam jagooding, God, winning majai, nigay. Mabagyan is swimming, winigin aki aik, mabagyan najwian, and mabagyan is juns in nagik, mabagyan juns yamini dog. Ajanis mabagyan nangosak, winigi kuna mabagyan, mabagyan Jesus, mabagyan is strong Jesus, kinigay winigin undas goyanen. Mabagyan wino na manoden, kinigay winigin undas goyanen, ka winigin min goyapane. Mega winning on it, Mabagani Aki, Mabagani Skikiana, Quanigaji, I and Winigi can go on. Can you get winning in Undas go up a Madzi on in a Gasham the Goyang? Panegan Inigi can go on, Nita, yes, so going again, dying. Mabige winigin undan and on the week. Mabige mishkon in the garden to go your cake. Mabige winigin undas to go in the zagwe on it, Panega getting mean go yawing. Mabige winigay, garment oven and bomb in the door. Away, Zagwe on again. Zagwe on again. Megam Zagwe on him, mom again, is shown again. Then wago come again. We get on it, dog we get again, Miss dog we get no gaje, mobbin no say, we get on it, Miss dog we get Kene yane mabenege ni tagnege nindap no nege Kene yane we not ndap ni ni tag. It's okay to pick each other up. And I just wanted to share that with us, how beautiful we can be if we pick each other up. Be good.
Thank you, Gerard. The item that we're currently on is membership participation. So as members of the Sioux Tribe, you have the right to address your board of directors. However, there are some rules associated with that. So Clarence Hudak is right there. If you guys would like to speak to us, flag him down and he has a form that you have to fill out. So a couple basic rules. You have 5 minutes to speak to the board.
Just, I want to invite you, Chief.
Okay. All right, so basic rules regarding civility do exist, so there's not going to be any swearing, no yelling, no singling out board members, nothing like that. If you guys want to talk about something that's kind of sensitive, we typically move people to closed session for that. So that's stated. Tyler Bouchard.
Howdy, everyone. Tyler Bouchard, Cultural Activities Coordinator and the Chairman of the Sioux Summer Powwow. I'm here again for this year to invite you guys to our annual Chiefs Feast. I know I'm a little late this year. I'm kind of scrambling to stay on top of everything, so I would have done it last board meeting, but you guys are in St. Ignace, so I'm just here to pass you tobacco. And like I said last year, you know, this isn't an obligation to come, it's an invitation to come and feast. It's an invitation to come and feast for all those chiefs that have passed away. And we don't have this feast for you guys sitting now. It's all those ones that came before us, and it's not just here in Sault Ste. Marie. It's those ones over in Garden and Batchewana, and all of our chiefs that lived. We have chiefs all the way down in St. Ignace, all of our service areas, all those chiefs that have been in this area. And we've been working on trying to put together a better list of the chiefs that we have. But we come together and we eat, and it's going to be on that Wednesday of the powwow. I believe it's the 2nd, July 2nd. It's July 2nd at sundown, so it's about 9:15, 9:30-ish, give or take, right around then. So I'm just here to pass you guys tobacco and just say miigwech.
I'll be there. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it. All right, so the next member that would like to address us would be Sarah Gobler. Is the Sarah here?
Sarah Goldberg. I'm here.
Did I mispronounce your name?
That's okay.
I'm so sorry.
It happens all the time. It's okay. I'm here to represent the children that attend LSA. It's a Montessori public school that's on the corner of Mack Trail and M128. My issue is the Bitcoin mining that went up again on the other side of it. Our children are taught outside in the classroom for a lot of their classes. They do a lot of studies outside, and they're now negatively impacted the entire time they're in school by this Bitcoin mining that went in. And I'm sure that many of you are aware, there's a lot that goes along with it, but I just want to talk about the negative impacts that our children and our staff and the residents in that area are having with it. The Dapter Township claims that there's no noise ordinance that was put in place. However, there is. It's a 50 decibel that was put in for wind turbines. And then they preyed upon the fact that it was specific to wind turbines. But they're going to tell you that there isn't one there. There is. It's 50 decibels. Our readings for while our kids are in school go anywhere from 65 decibels on up on a constant. They used to have classrooms outside where they did studies, bird research, bird identification. Can't hear the birds. The bird apps aren't, and the birds are gone. They're gone. Our classrooms outside now can't be held outside. They're inside, and the kids now have to close, the teachers have to close the windows in order to teach properly for our children. There's a lot that goes along with all of this that I'll address, I'll email. There's a lot coming down the line politically on both sides that's in favor of this stuff that's going on. And currently they're preying on our community because we are a small community. The Cloverland Electric is cheaper and our land is cheaper. But when you try to research these companies, I want you guys to be aware, they're all LLCs and they're all from all over the place. You can never have a direct contact with the exact person you need to speak to file any kind of grievance or talk to about the noise nuisance. You have to do research upon research upon research, and a lot of it ends up in just a dead end. I've been in direct contact with the Cloverland Electric Company, and I did receive a statement from their lawyer stating that there's 2 currently Bitcoin mining. And that's the other thing. If you try to regulate these, they change their name. They're Bitcoin mining, they're crypto mining, they're ant mining. There's a whole lot of avenues that they'll try to manipulate bringing this in. And I will back up, that they were able to come in because they said those are storage units. So when you ask, what's the definition of a storage unit? That's not them. That's industrial. It is zoned commercial, but those aren't storage units. And on top of that, so I will go back to the Cloverland statement. Cloverland statement that stated that in regards to the facility that is directly behind their operations, they made a statement that months ago they were in contact with the owners of that mine and they were told to remove them because they violated policies for Cloverland. So now our children at LSA are negatively impacted. There's over 100 children that attend this school. There was 40 other students that were supposed to attend this school in the upcoming year, and they were supposed to build on. That project is now on hold, and those kids are now displaced. They will not be attending our school because we are still in a battle against this noise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. Okay, next up, we have Ron Gordon.
Good afternoon, Ron Gordon. My wife Sarah, we own a couple of businesses here in the area, one of those being the Cozy Corner in Barbo. We've been working for approximately 4 years now to try to bring an official snowmobile trail through our community to obviously boost the economy in the winter seasons. Sarah's been working tirelessly on this, and we're here today to seek permission to access a parcel owned by the Sioux tribe in Keldon. So I think it's approximately 400 feet. Oh, 400 yards, I'm sorry. And it would be a connecting route from Riverside to the state parcel. Sarah's been working on this since day one and is far more familiar with these parcels than myself, so I'm going to turn the microphone over to her.
Thank you for your time today. We've been working diligently with the DNR, the DEQ, the state, the Chippewa County Road Commission, Bruce Township, the Lachino Snowmobile Club, basically all the powers that be have tentatively approved the route that we're proposing. The last piece of the puzzle is the tribe. A lot of factors to your decision for your consideration would be we're a tribal-owned business. 40% of our staff are tribal members. They'd be looking at layoffs this winter if we have to close, so they would be losing their income. We lost 14% of our income last year due to the harsh winter without a snowmobile trail. Everywhere else was profiting and, you know, doing well with the snowmobile tourism, except for us because there is no access. 21 residences and their driveways would be avoided if you were to approve of this, so that would be really helpful for the community in Keldon. The tribe would be named on the state of Michigan liability policy as an insured, be insured up to $2 million. It would be policed and patrolled by the DNR, by the Chippewa County Sheriff's Department. It would be signed, groomed, fenced by the Lachino Snowmobile Club, and our nonprofit we have is the Barbo Business Association. We are both directors of that, and we have raised our own funds to do work such as put up snow fence on this specific parcel to keep the areas protected that you might be concerned about. In addition, the snowmobile trail would only be from December 1st to April 1st. This would not be accessed by any side-by-sides. It would be strictly snowmobile when the ground is frozen, so that would be beneficial to any environmental concerns that you may have. It will be in the dead of winter only. The economy of Barbo itself would benefit. There's a mom and pop store there, gas station, year-round cabin rentals would help the economy out there, and we also own an Airbnb out there, which would significantly improve our bookings as well. So we are here today to ask for your approval for that small section between Riverside Drive and the state parcel, which is part of the Manuscon Campground. The DNR has been alongside me for the last 4 years and have been along all of the proposed route. We would just have to have access to this piece in particular that you have the map in front of you.
Okay, thank you. I will have our legal department do a legal review to determine whether or not we have the ability to do this. As you may know, it's wetland. I believe it was purchased because we built on wetland here, so we had to more or less purchase additional wetland to preserve it. But I'll find out, okay? And I'll get in touch with you. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Dean Heislop.
Looks like it's on already. All right, I've been not coming in advance and talking to you people in quite some time. But you guys know I've been here before about our tribal COVID money for us fishermen that never received nothing. It's been long enough. You guys don't answer back at these meetings. You've made me millions of promises to contact me on other days. I'm tired of being beaten around the bush. And you people know exactly what's going on and how it's handled. And I don't want to push this forward to take it to a federal higher level. But if I have to, I'm going to. I want the COVID money for us fishermen that were eligible for it that didn't receive it. Every one of us. You guys give the inland fishery people $1,500. They were in no jeopardy of not being able to sell fish because they can't sell fish anyways. But yet they got $1,500. And us full fishermen Since 1983, I've been fishing. Got nothing. I bought my license during COVID. I was well-deserved to have money for COVID for the loss and got nothing. The stipulations you made up were from years before COVID that had nothing to do with COVID. Everything was done wrong. And I want you guys to correct stuff and do it right. And I want money for all of us fishermen that didn't get none. And I would appreciate ASAP on some notice or something. Some voting, some whatever you got to do. You know, we got a lot of new personnel. My reasoning and my thinking, the reason I didn't get no money is because of some of our older personnel that was in higher and above levels. And I'm not going to mention no names, but I never did nothing ever to them people ever. But they made sure that every time any supplement for fishermen came out, Dean Hyslop didn't get it. And I've had enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. All right, so the next individual is on Zoom and is Brenda Kennard. Brenda, you can go ahead.
Miigwech, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Miigwech, good afternoon, Chairman Lowe's and members of our board. My name is Brenda Kennard, Wabaksikwe, Ripples at Dawn woman, and I come before you today as a concerned tribal citizen, and I come as an auntie and someone who cares deeply for our people and the future of our sovereignty. I come to speak to you not just for myself, but for the voices who feel unheard in moments like these. We still have 3.5 years of this current administration, an administration that does not support Sioux tribe or any other tribe in Indian country. In this crucial window of time, our focus must be on unity, healing, and protecting the sovereignty of our nation, not tearing each other down from within. We are in a time of distress, of uncertainty, and in such times, the biggest picture and our ancestors must guide us. So we need to make sure that we have that connection with our elders, as Gerard spoke about in his prayer. Across Indian country, and especially here in our nation, we have been divided. And it's time to close those divides. We need to act like a unit, a nation. Clearly, that has not always been the case, but this right now is an opportunity to do things differently, to take a hard look at old patterns, old assumptions, and ask ourselves, do they serve us anymore? Are they in harmony with who we are as a people today? Because if we continue to be divided on that path, it will only lead to further harm. Harm we inflict on ourselves. So let us not be our own architects of our own suffering. I urge the board to work together to serve the people and to protect our nation during these uncertain times. I say this with love and with hope and with strength of generations behind me. I ask you to open your hearts, not just your ears, and hear this message. Chi Miigwech for listening. Chi Miigwech to Austin for your clear and professional leadership during difficult times. We need more of that. So let's move forward together, not further apart. Chi Miigwech.
Thank you, Brenda. Okay, so the next two individuals that want to speak to the Board of Directors would like to do so in a closed session. So we are going to go closed at this time. The only people that really need to be in the room is Ryan, Lana, Ashley, and then the Board of Directors. I think that will do. Let's have a seat. We'll go ahead and get started again. And the item that we're currently on is a presentation from the Education Department, and they're going to introduce us to this year's summer intern. So Stephanie, if you want to come up.
Lana, can we do the podium here? Last year we stood just because it's easier. We'll have a microphone. Okay, thank you. All right, if you guys just want to, not to make it like, we can get comfy and closer. We don't have to stand in. Hi, everybody. Thank you. I'm Stephanie Sprecher. I'm the Education Director for Sioux Tribe. Clarence, I'm going to pass these out. This is the list, or if we just want to pass that around. Thanks. I'm giving you a little handout on all the interns that I have standing behind me, besides one that couldn't be here with us today, but we'll go through it during the introductions. I'm going to start by just doing a little recap of the summer internship program, and then we'll start off by having all of you introduce yourselves and what unit you're in, and then we'll introduce the interns. So started in 1997, the Sioux Tribe Internship Program is designed to provide Sioux Tribe College students with a valuable experience where they can both apply their skills and learn new ones. Their internships provide them real-world experience and help them as they look for permanent employment upon graduating college, and hopefully with us, right? Our hope, like I just said, is that each of these talented students will come back and work for us here at Sioux Tribe. This summer, we are lucky to have 8 interns, all majoring in different fields and having different plans for their future. We are lucky enough and are grateful to our Sioux Tribe program managers and directors for helping host these students. They are being provided with an experience that is helping them not only strengthen their professional skills, but also support their personal growth. The program is a total of 10 weeks long, with the interns working a regular full-time Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. schedule. But as I've learned in natural resources, sometimes they're in the field at 4 or 5 a.m., so it does vary. The Sioux Tribe Education Division manages the program and works closely with the site supervisors of each intern to ensure that everything runs smoothly throughout the summer. Aside from the regular workday schedule, we really try to provide them a full, well-rounded experience while they're here. So we have a full activity calendar that we do throughout the summer. For example, this summer we added on some items, and we have some repeating items. They will tour the fish hatchery program while they're actively rearing walleye. They will be attending the sunrise ceremony at our Unit 1 powwow. We're going to have a fun downtown day where some who aren't local we can play tourist. We'll have a guided kayak tour through the Sioux Locks. That's a cool experience. Last year we weren't able to go through the locks due to the construction, so they were really excited about that. Over the last couple of weeks, they came on board, last Monday? So we had our full day orientation session. It went really, really well. They've started out, and I've checked in one-on-one with all of them, and they seem to be having a great experience. So we're really, really happy to have them here. So right now, I just thought we could do kind of what we did for those of you who are here last year, and go around the room, introduce yourselves, and then we'll have each one step up to the podium and just give your name, where you go to school, what you're majoring in, where you're placed, and maybe if you could just give, if you'd like to share a recap of how your experience here has been so far, just in the short time you've been here, okay? So whoever wants to start, Kim, you want me to give, oh, you got one? Okay. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Kim Gravel, Unit 1, and who's ever doing the creative writing, Amy, I plan on going back to college to do that.
Robert McCrory, Unit 1. Thank you guys for spending your internship with us.
Michael McCurchy, Unit 1. Thank you for spending your internship with us. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Lana Cosley-Smith, and appreciate you guys coming here and sharing your story with us.
Good to see you all again. Austin Lowe's, Chairman of the Tribe.
Whoops, I don't know how to operate it. I'm Lana Stewart, I'm the board administrator, I work for all of these folks.
Kimberly Hampton, Unit 4.
Larry Barbew, Unit 4.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Kimberly Lee, Unit 2.
Welcome, everybody. Glad to have you here. Now I want to see you do 25 jumping jacks real quick. Take the stress off. No, I'm from Unit 1, Sault Ste. Marie, Isaac McKickney.
Welcome, Sean Barevich from Unit 3 in St. Ignace area.
Good evening, Bridget Sorensen from Unit 3, St. Ignace.
23 years ago, I was in your shoes at a board meeting as well, an intern for the EDC.
Okay, thank you. I do
Sorry, can't be there in person. Tyler LaPlante, Unit 5, Vice Chair.
Sorry, Tyler. Is that everyone? Okay, sorry about that. I'll start off really quick. We had one intern that couldn't be here with us today, and so I will introduce her. Her name is Eva Collins. Some of you may know her. She is placed in repatriation with Emma Donmeyer. She's a senior at Central Michigan University, and she's majoring in anthropology and international relations. Before I start the introductions of the interns, I also just wanted to note that this year, this is my second year helping with this program, manage this program, and I was really, really excited because this year we were able to place every single intern in their first choice. So we were able to get some in health, exactly where they wanted to be, and I know I said this earlier, but I really want to thank the program managers for stepping up and helping me with that. The reason they're having such a great experience so far, knock on wood, hopefully the whole time, is because they are truly where they want to be, and they're excited to come to work every day. And so that is awesome that we were able to get them in their first choice, and everybody is so willing to work with us. So with that being said, Kennedy, you want to come up first?
Hello, my name's Kennedy Hagan, and I'm a junior at Lake State, and I'm going into nursing, and I was fortunately placed at Community Health at the Health Center, and last Tuesday we started, was our first day there, and I was able to jump right in, like, no little weird transition, like, oh, what do I do? I was just able to go on home visits right away, and they, getting hands-on experience already, and it's only been a week, and everybody there has been super nice. My supervisor is Jenny Odell. They have a calendar for me, so they're keeping me busy, and I'm super excited to work on all the hands-on skills I learned in school throughout the summer and be able to jump right back in the fall. So,
Very
thank
good.
you.
Awesome to hear.
All right, Delaney.
I'm Delaney Cushman. I'm going to be a current senior at Harvard University. This is my second year in the program. This year I got placed with traditional medicine, which is where I wanted to be, because I eventually want to do something with being pre-med and bridging Western and traditional medicine. Same with Kennedy. I jumped right in on Tuesday, been in appointments, learning a lot, and it's really been truly amazing this year. Thank you.
Excellent. Amy?
Hi, my name is Amy Spring. I'm going to be a senior at Lake State, majoring in creative writing, minoring in history. My supervisors down at the planning and development and communication departments have been wonderful, and I'm having a very good experience right now. I've been assigned a couple of major roles. One of them is I'm going to be writing a end of the program feature for the interns, and I'm very excited about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Emily.
Hi, my name's Emily Bigelow. I'm a recent graduate from Madonna University. My degree is in American Sign Language Interpreting Studies. So right now I'm currently working and getting certified with State of Michigan so I can be an interpreter. I'm currently placed in the education department, so I spend my mornings with JKL and then my afternoons with the early education and program right across the street. Right now in the early education portion, I'm working on a project making a booklet with English, Ojibwe, and ASL, and I'm really enjoying it.
Hi, I'm David Daly. I'm a junior at Central Michigan University. I'm studying secondary social studies education, and I'm also in the education department. I spend my mornings at JKL school as well, and my afternoons are spent at the YEA in the admin office, and I'm happy to get more experience as the summer goes on.
Hello, my name is Hayden Perpich. I'll be a senior at Michigan State University in the fall. I major in zoology with a minor in sustainability. I'm with the Natural Resource Department. And my first week consisted of 4 a.m. mornings doing marsh bird surveys, listening to them and enjoying the early mornings. Thank you.
Anim Bonjour. My name is Claire Layton. I'm with Natural Resources. This is my second year in this internship and my third year working with them. I go to Central Michigan University for English and biology, and I'm very excited to be back this year. I'll be helping trapping mosquitoes to research snowshoe hair virus. Thank you.
Well, it is good to see all of you once again, and I hope you have a good, enjoyable experience this summer and that you come to work for us afterwards. So, miigwech. Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate it. All right, we are on minutes. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the minutes of 6/3/25. Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion on the minutes? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Yep, and that brings us to resolutions. The first resolution that we have up for today is establish FY 2025 SSBCI budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2025 budget for State Small Business Credit Initiative with Federal Department of Treasury revenue monies of $144,093.15, no effect on tribal support.
Okay, so we have a motion by Isaac and support by Kim Gravel. Dan, could you fill us in on this resolution, please?
Yes, this resolution is seeking authorization to establish a cost center for the operation of Refocus Thrive program, which is now funded by Treasury SSBCI Technical Assistance. The major focus will be helping small business owners prepare to utilize the capital support program, which we will be launching in the next month.
Thank you, Danny. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Larry.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yep.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Sean. Lana.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
The next resolution is CFA Health Division FY25 Schedule B budgets.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors approves continuing funding for the attached cost center list for fiscal year 2025 at their 2024 spending levels for a period not to exceed August 31st of 2025.
Motion by Isaac and support by Bridget. Jen, could you fill us in on this resolution, please?
Hi, John Clare from the Budget Department. This is a continuing funding resolution for the Health Division. It has 68 cost centers on the list, and we are tentatively scheduled to present July 1st to the board these budgets, so hopefully we don't have to have another continuing funding resolution.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Motion carries. The next resolution is establish FY26 Schedule A budget.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget document 001 totaling $18,773,079, of which $60,905 comes from tribal support.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac and support by Kim Gravel. Jen?
This resolution is to establish 2026 Schedule A budgets. These budgets, some of them had as a start date as of April 1st, some July, some June, and one August. This will approve 76 budgets. 52 of them are buildings which operate January through December, and the other 24 are from either Native Employment Works, Library for Cultural, Adult Education, TED Grant, Elder Meals, Employment Program, Tribal Practices with Wellness, Natural Resources, and Sanitation.
Thank you, Jen. Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Bridget.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate
Next
it.
resolution isn't needed then.
Okay, so the next resolution is not, what did you say, not needed?
It's not needed. It was a continuing funding resolution if that wasn't approved.
That's what I thought. So any objection to skipping this resolution, just taking it off the agenda for today? Okay, so we will remove that from the agenda based on no objection. So the next resolution will be MIEA Tribal Elder Delegate Appointments.
Now therefore be resolved, the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby appoints the following representatives to represent the elders of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians for a 2-year period expiring in June 2027 and will exercise the duties of the delegates and alternate as outlined in the MIEA bylaws.
It's going to be John Cosley Jr.
Delegate number 1, delegate number 2, alternate 1.
So John Cosley Jr., Tim Derwin, and then Del Powers will be the alternate.
Okay, so we have a motion by Isaac.
All support.
There's support by Kim Hampton.
And I would like to motion to amend, if I can.
Okay, so Kim Hampton's making a motion to amend. What's the amendment?
Under delegate number 1 will be John Cosley Jr., delegate 2 will be Tim Derwin, and alternate 1 will be Del Powers.
So there's a motion and support to amend it. Board discussion. So were those the names that you drew out of the hat, Katie?
Yes, they were.
Okay. So any further discussion? Okay, so we'll do consensus on the amendment. So those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed? Those abstaining?
Aye.
I abstain on that.
So Lana abstained, was Tyler abstaining?
Tyler, did you abstain or was it just an aye?
It was an aye. I think I'm delayed.
Okay. Okay, so the motion to amend carries. Now we're back on the main motion, which has been successfully amended. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining?
Aye.
Motion carries.
You abstained.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Appreciate it. All right, so the next resolution is appoint COA Community Member Reserve Corbier.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby appoints Richard Corbier Jr. to serve as a Reserve Community Member Appellate Judge for the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Court of Appeals for a term of 4 years from the date hereof.
So we have a motion by who?
I'll support.
Okay, Isaac, and a second by Lana. Okay, could you fill us in on this, Tracy? Use your microphone, please.
Judge Corbier's, Tracy Swan, Court Administrator Magistrate for Tribal Court. Judge Corbier's term expired on the Court of Appeals, and he sought reappointment along with one other person. The interview committee convened and interviewed both and voted to reappoint Judge Corbier, bring forth to this board to reappoint Judge Corbier in that position again for another 4-year term.
Thank you, Tracy. Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is reappoint COA Elder Appellate Judge Dietz.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby reappoints Elizabeth Dietz as Elder Judge for the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Court of Appeals for a subsequent term of 4 years from the date hereof.
Motion by Isaac, second by Rob. Tracy?
So this resolution will be reappointing Judge Elizabeth Dietz for another 4-year term. She was the only elder that applied for this position, seeking reappointment. And I wanted to address the age of the elder is age 60. I sent a copy of the qualifications to Lana to answer Director Sorensen's question. And she did in the interview indicate she's 15 years from being 100. So.
Thank you, Tracy. Any discussion from the board? Rob?
I would just like to say that we're really lucky to have Justice Dietz as on our Court of Appeals, and I think she does a really good job of applying law and real-life experiences and the knowledge of our culture, and she does a really good job of interjecting that. So I just want to let the membership know we're lucky to have her.
Yes, she does. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next resolution is recruitment and retention of tribal court clerks.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes and approves the court clerk and deputy clerk positions should be budgeted and hired up to the maximum rate of the positions. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the Chief Judge or Court Administrator to execute any and all documents as may be necessary to ensure that existing clerk positions are budgeted at the max range and to request wage reviews to ensure internal equity for the position within the terms and conditions of the intent of this resolution. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the use of available BIA CARES Act and/or BIA ARPA funding to facilitate the recruitment and retention of clerk positions.
Motion by Isaac,
I'll support.
support by Kim Hampton. Judge Palmer.
As we said, we've been without a court clerk at the tribal court for about 3 months. Largely, we believe, because we've not been able to offer a competitive wage for that position. Court clerks across the state, whether it be state or tribal courts, generally are paid a much higher rate than we're able to under our cost study. And we would just ask the court to allow us the ability to pay up to the max, hopefully to recruit some more appropriate candidates and get us a clerk.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board? Bridget?
I just have to say, I think it's sad that we just did a compensation study. And so who did they call up or get information from if it wasn't our local court systems to compare? So.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So we'll do a roll call. Roll call, please.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Michael. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Aaron. Oh, sorry. Sean.
Motion carries. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Next resolution is STI board appointment.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors for the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians pursuant to Article 8, Section 6.6 of the Sioux Tribe Corporate Charter hereby appoints the following individual to the Corporate Board of Directors of Sioux Tribe Incorporated to serve a 3-year term as specified below. Mark Johnson for a term expiring June 30th, 2028.
Motion by Isaac. Support by Mike. Rachel, are you on? I'm not seeing Rachel on, but this is something that we workshopped and discussed earlier today. Any board discussion? Oh, Rod, sorry, I didn't see you. You want to come on up and talk about the applicant real quick?
Sure.
What you guys are recommending as a corporate charter?
Right.
To appoint this individual?
And that's Mark. He is a major general in the Air Force. He brings a lot of experience. And he fits in where, he's the best fit that we believe to follow Greg Kilkenny. Greg, and his experience and expertise, he's probably one of the maybe several hundred in the country that has his level of experience. So we're losing that, but we're getting some of it back with Mark.
Okay, much appreciated. Any board discussion? Lana?
I just have a comment. I really appreciate the things that you guys are doing with STI. And I'm going to abstain on this vote only because the reasons I stated this afternoon. I realize that you have the 3 tribal members on there, but my own personal preference is that it's tribal members, all of them. So it's nothing against Mr. Johnson. It's nothing against your guys' recommendation. It's simply because I personally believe they should be tribal members. Again, we have almost 53,000 members, and I'm sure we have the qualifications out there. I don't know, that's just my preference. So please pass on to him so it doesn't get blown out of proportion. I appreciate that he's doing it, but I would prefer a tribal member. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So in your opinion, is this the best person that applied?
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
All right, so we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is STI Board Appointment Frazier.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors for the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians pursuant to Article 6, Section 6.6 of the Sioux Tribe Corporate Charter hereby appoints the following individual to the Corporate Board of Directors of Sioux Tribe Incorporated to serve a 3-year term as specified below. Leroy Frazier for a term expiring June 30th of 2028.
Motion.
Motion by Lana and seconded by who?
Isaac.
Isaac, okay. Okay, go ahead, Rod.
So Mr. Frazier brings a government experience, 30 years plus of government experience of dealing with the contracts from the government end. So, we got that kind of expertise. He's local, he's tied into the community here. He's, been here for years, and he's going to continue to live here, and we think that's really critical for the board to have someone that's actually in the Sioux here.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments on this? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Drive safe home. Next resolution is accept bid Otis Health Division.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby approves the recommended contractor. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairperson of the tribe or his designee to negotiate, amend, and execute the agreement with the selected contractor on behalf of the tribe.
Motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Bridget. Joel?
Hi, Joel Lumsden, Assistant Health Director, Health Division. This project is to add an additional elevator car and hardware to the existing elevator to update, or they call modernize, the existing elevator. I pursued IHS BMAR funding for this and was awarded the money. We have the money appropriated in the budget, and I would like to respectfully ask the board to move this forward.
Thank you, Joel. Questions, comments from the board? Starting with Isaac.
Hey, Joel, just for the audience and our members, right, there's currently one existing elevator, but there's 2 elevator shafts. The one was X'd when they constructed the facility, but you're going to put them both in operation.
Both, we will, at the end of the contract, we will have 2 elevators, one freight, one personnel.
Perfect, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Isaac.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Sean. Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Michael.
Motion carries. Thank you, Joel.
Thank you very much.
The next resolution is authorization to enter into contract Mandel Electric, Inc.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors approves awarding the electrical work contract to Mandel Electrical up to $96,543 out of LATCF and $35,757 out of Sawyer Village account balance to complete this project. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, intent, and administration of this resolution, including but not limited to the ability and authority to implement any budgetary changes administratively without the need for formal Board of Directors budget modifications. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to enter into and execute the contract and any supporting documents with Mandel Electrical, Inc. to fulfill the intent of this resolution.
Okay, motion by Isaac.
Motion.
And support by Tyler. Helen?
Helen Wilkins, Director of Real Estate and Land Management for Sioux Tribe. So this is us seeking to award the contract for the electrical work at Sawyer Village in Gwinn, Michigan, for the renovation of the 42 homes as described in the project number 25046. And this is to Mandel Electric with $96,543 with the remainder of the money from the LATCF, and then $35,757 from Sawyer Village account balance.
Thank you, Helen. Any questions or comments from the board? Isaac?
Hey, Helen, how long have those homes been vacant?
Since we own them.
When was that? Danny?
Yeah, right around 1999.
I'll say it's late 90s.
So we had 44 homes that were vacant since 1999. I'm glad that we all in agreement to get them fixed and get them for our membership. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Tyler, then Lana.
Yep, I'm on the same page. I'm glad to see, it's not Unit 5, but it's Market County. Glad to see that these are finally getting done. And just for the membership's information, the market rate on Sawyer Village is roughly $1,000 per unit. And this is 42 units going to be fully operational again. So that's the average, or it should be the minimum of what we can receive for each of those units in Sawyer Village and increase housing in the Market County area.
Okay, Lana.
Yeah, I'll echo that I'm glad they're getting done. What is the total cost of it, and where did the funding come from?
For this contract or for all of the ones?
Or to get those all completed.
LATCF.
So we had that funding, that's going to exhaust the LATCF funding?
Well, yep. I do have that breakdown if you want to.
Point of information, no, that's not going to exhaust all the LATCF funding. There's still about 18,000.
I can jump in there. So we use LATCF funding for a lot of different projects. One of them is potentially purchase some hotels in Unit 2. So those funds have been spread out. So the Unit 5, their slice of these funds is to renovate those units.
This is Unit 4, by the way.
Unit 4, my bad.
Yeah, and there are the allocations as the original resolution for the other units for the housing developments in there. A portion of those funds were allocated to this project. Cash flow will be used for some of the contracts, and then the last contract we'll bring forward in July, and we still have some discussion on how to handle that one.
Okay, so to answer my question, the money came from, most of the blunt of the money came from LATCF?
Yes, over 50% of the project came from LATCF.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I asked. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Bridget?
Sawyer Village is typically a pretty rough area, isn't it? No?
Like rough, what do you mean?
I thought that it was like a high crime area or something that was going on. Is the reason that there was issues.
No.
That I'm aware of,
So
no.
Sawyer Village used to be Air Force housing.
Yeah, I
So
know that.
historically, people will move there who have lesser income to be able to afford, housing in Marquette, similar to people living in Kincheloe versus Sault Ste. Marie, but I wouldn't categorize the area as a high crime area. I mean, having lived in Flint for a year.
There was
So-
some vandalism done to these, but that's going to happen in anything that you have a 2-block section of your community that's boarded up.
Since 1999.
So I haven't seen any issues or concerns. This will complete that whole area of Sawyer Village and house a lot of people to be able to not have those vacancies and those places for people to vandalize.
And I'm for this. I don't want people to think that I'm not, but I was just bringing that up because I thought I had heard that before.
Not that I'm aware of.
Isaac?
Hey, Helen, how many units do you currently have in Sawyer Village?
I did not bring that number with me, but
But it's much more than 44, right?
I believe it's around 210, 220.
220 units, so
Homes?
you would have probably heard of some vandalisms or some high-crime areas with 220 units there. I know I haven't heard anything, so thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Sean. Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Next resolution is authorization to enter into contract with Nicollet Shores.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors approves awarding the plumbing contract to Nicollet Shores Plumbing, Inc. up to $521,000 out of Sawyer Village account balance to complete this project. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, intent, and administration of this resolution, including but not limited to the ability and authority to implement any budgetary changes administratively without the need for formal Board of Directors budget modifications. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to enter into and execute the contract and any supporting documents with Nicollet Shores Plumbing, Inc. to fulfill the intent of this resolution.
Support. Motion by Isaac and support by Larry. Danny, Helen?
So this is, again, for the same project of the 42 homes in Gwyn. This is to award it to Nicollet Shore Plumbing to fulfill the plumbing service in all of those 42 units.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments? Yeah. Lana?
So when this project is completed, what is our rate of return on those, all those? Someone, did I hear someone say $1,000 a month to rent, or what's the plan?
Sure.
Yeah, the rents will begin at $1,000 a month. I did present those financials when we originally allocated the LATCF money. That's not all profit. It'll be some cost, but not high cost due to the fact that they're going to be new homes. There won't be high maintenance on them. Many things will be warranted. So there'll be flow through on most of that revenue to the bottom line.
Thanks, Dan, and the only reason I ask is for the benefit of the membership, so they can hear that. So, these are big dollar amounts, and it's about time that we were able to do them with some windfall of ARPA funds and LATCF funds and get these projects up and moving. But it's important to also say what our plan is for them, so I appreciate that.
I agree, and there is over 130 individuals on a waiting list out there right now, so the demand is there. So that, yeah, we will be bringing it online in 3 phases. First phase, January, then 2 other phases throughout 2026.
Super supportive of this. I think one of the biggest mistakes that we made in the last 5 years was selling the apartment complex that we had in Marquette. If you look at property values, I'm willing to bet that that complex would be worth double, if not triple. Tyler, you're on here. Could you verify?
Oh, yeah, Eagle Ridge turning into Eagle Lending was a huge mistake for the tribe. Down there in South Marquette now, there are 3 developments underway by Viridia Group. Those apartments are now going for $3,200 for a 2-bedroom and $2,700 for a 1-bedroom. We owned Eagle Ridge, not even a block from that new development. Not even 1 block from that new development, and the tribe sold it for $870,000.
How many units were there, Tyler?
I don't remember how many units, but it was fully rented all the time.
So super thankful that we're finally fixing these up. So roll call, please.
Larry.
Yes.
Michael. Yes. Bridget. Yes. Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
No.
Kimberly Gravel.
No.
Isaac. Yes. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Sean. Yes. Lana.
Yes.
Carried.
Okay, motion carries. Next resolution is authorization to enter into contract Sikora Sheet Metal.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Directors approves awarding the furnace replacement contract to Sikora Sheet Metal, Inc. up to $139,797 out of Sawyer Village account balance to complete this project. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, intent, and administration of this resolution, including but not limited to the ability and authority to implement any budgetary changes administratively without the need for formal Board of Directors budget modifications. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to enter into and execute the contract and any supporting documents with Sikora Sheet Metal, Inc. to fulfill the intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac, support by Larry. You fill us in on this, please?
So this is the 5th of 6 contracts that we're looking at. This is to award Sikora Sheet Metal, Inc. to fulfill the replacement of all the furnaces in the 42 homes under Project 25042 for $139,797 that will come out of Sawyer Village account balance.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board on this? Isaac?
Hey, when you can get a furnace installed for under $4,000, that's a pretty good deal.
Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Okay, very good, very good. All right, so the next resolution is residential lease cancellation, Van Valkenburg.
Any objection to waiving the reading? There's a
Seeing no objection, the waiting will be waived. Is there a motion? Motion by Isaac,
support.
support by Kim Hampton. Helen?
So this resolution is for authorization for the tribal chairman and the tribal treasurer to execute a residential land lease cancellation. So this property is owned by Diane Van Valkenburg. The home is owned by Ms. Van Valkenburg. She is selling her home to Cassandra Franklin, which is also a tribal member, which is her daughter. And I agree that this is in the best interest of the tribal member and of the tribe to grant this cancellation.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any questions, comments from the board? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you.
You abstain?
Next resolution is residential lease, Brownlee.
Any objection to waiving reading?
Okay, hearing no objection, we have a motion from Isaac,
I'll support.
and there'll be a support from Kim Hampton. Helen?
So the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority is conveying this property to Brenda Brownlee. She is a tribal member. This tribal member has satisfied all requirements of the contract under the homeownership program with Sioux Tribe Housing Authority. Myself and the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority agree that this is in the best interest of the tribe and this tribal member.
Okay. Any discussion from the board? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Any objection to waiving the reading for residential lease Franklin, residential lease Hartens, residential lease General? Hearing no objection, we will waive the readings on those.
We're on Franklin.
Okay, so we have the Franklin resolution. We have a motion by Isaac. Do we have a second? Okay, so Kim Hampton. Helen?
Okay, so this is also authorization for the tribal chairman and the tribal treasurer to execute a residential land lease for a property on Seymour that we talked about earlier. This is the daughter to Diane Van Valkenburg, who is purchasing the home and will need this land lease to be able to secure that loan for that home. And we believe this is in the best interest of the tribe and the tribal member.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Next up is residential lease Hartens. Is there a motion? Motion by Isaac,
I'll support.
support by Kim Hampton. Helen?
Okay, so the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority is conveying this property up at Odenung to a tribal family, Wendy and David Harton. This family has satisfied all requirements of their contract under the homeownership program. Myself and the Sioux Tribe Housing Authority agree that this is in the best interest of the tribe and this family.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to residential lease general. Is there a motion? Motion by Isaac,
I'll support.
support by Kim Hampton. Helen?
Okay, on repeat. So I have received a request from Jace Genero to have a residential land lease to be able to purchase a home located in Kinchelo. This has been a property that we've had for a long time. I agree that this is in the best interest of the tribe and the tribal member to approve this residential land lease to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to naming of the guest house.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors for the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby designates the guest house located at 2049 Ashman Street to be named the Guest House, and I will not destroy the Ojibwe Anishinaabe pronunciation, sorry.
Understood.
So we have a motion by Isaac and support by Lana. Any discussion? Lana?
Yeah, I said this afternoon when you came in here, Helen. I just appreciate you taking the initiative to bring this to us and protect our, our language. And I personally think, and past boards thought the same, that our buildings and facilities should all be in the Ojibwe language. So I assume you're getting new signs for them. So I just wanted to give you a shout out for that. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you taking that initiative to do it.
Thank you.
So speaking of signs, just a tidbit for the Board of Directors, I'm going to be reaching out to our Transportation Director to find out whether or not we can use transportation funds to put signs in the front and back of every reservation that we have. So right now, you'll see a sign for the Quaden, indicate there's a casino here, but you have no idea whether or not you're on Indian land or not. So if we can use those funds, I think it would be a great option to spruce up our tribal community and take pride in what we have. So, Kim?
I think we should have that right on, when you get off 3 Mile on I-75.
Yep. Shunkin 3 Mile, and then the other side of it as well. So we'll vote with this with consensus. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is naming of the Seven Seas Building.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors for the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby designates Seven Seas located at 351 Portage to be named Portage Place. Okay, go ahead, pronounce it.
Okay, motion by Isaac
She can pronounce it.
and support by Lana. When you explain this, can you also give an announcement to the membership about the mural?
I will. So we purchased the formerly known Seven Seas building. We've done some major renovations to this unit. It is fully, all units are been renovated that needed renovated. We are full. We have taken a lot of pride with Sioux Tribe Construction as well, helping us with that vision. Put on new windows. We're working on the painting. It's going to be a really nice addition to the EDC portfolio. We are looking at putting up some new signs, and that will include the new name, as the building is on Portage Street. And we would normally portage to the rapids to go where we need to go in the summer months. So we thought it fitting to name it the Portage Place. We have contacted a muralist, I think is what she goes by. And we've been in talks. We've went to see the building. It's not fully completed yet, so she can't do the mural yet, but we are looking at some ideas. And we're really excited to put up where some of our people are portaging their canoes to the rapids, was our vision, so.
Yep, it's going to be an amazing thing. So any discussion from the board? Any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none. All those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. That brings us to the next resolution, recovery of funds / enforcement of contracts / agreement. And Ryan, if we have any questions, can you start making your way down there? Okay.
You might have to go close if you guys.
Yep.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the General Counsel or their designee to execute a contract with outside counsel to take whatever action necessary, including but not limited to commencing legal action against the contracted party and any individual or entity who benefited from the violations of the May 10th, 2022 agreement to recover all funds expended under the contract, including restitution, compensatory damages, legal fees, and any other losses incurred by the tribe. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the outside special counsel to send a letter to the contracted party and any individual or entity who benefited from the violations of the May 10th, 2022 agreement, demanding payment in full within 30 days. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes outside special counsel to file any necessary litigation in the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe, Chippewa Court for tribal or for breach of the May 10th, 2022 agreement if repayment is not made in full within 30 days. Be it further resolved, outside special counsel is further authorized and directed to pursue all available remedies, including liens, garnishments, and protective orders, and to execute and deliver any agreements, certificates, documents, or instruments necessary to effectuate the foregoing on behalf of the tribe. Be it further resolved, if outside special counsel finds anything that could constitute criminal conduct in the violation of the May 10th, 2022 agreement, they are authorized to refer that to the appropriate law enforcement agency to conduct a criminal investigation. Be it finally resolved that all litigation expenses related to this action shall be drawn from the existing tribal legal department budget and shall be included as part of the damages and legal costs sought to be recovered in any action initiated under this resolution.
Okay, is there a motion? Motion by Sean, is there a second? Second by Bridget. Okay, any objections to going closed to continue the conversation that we had during agenda review?
No.
Okay, so hearing no objection, we'll go closed with just the board and staff. Back up, the resolution that we're on is recovery of funds / enforcement of contracts / agreement. We had a pretty in-depth discussion and closed. We ready to vote, guys? All right, roll call, please. Kim wants to say something. Go ahead, Kim.
I'd like to motion to table it.
Okay, so there's a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so there's a motion and second to table. Roll call, please.
Tyler. Sean.
Yes.
Oops. Tyler said yes. Sean, no. Kimberly Gravel.
No.
Lana.
No.
Isaac.
Yes.
Larry.
No.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Michael.
No.
Bridget.
No.
Kimberly Hampton.
No.
Okay, motion to table fails, so we're back on the main resolution. We ready to vote? Yep. Okay, roll call, please.
Rob.
No.
Kimberly Lee.
Abstain.
Isaac. Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Tyler.
Abstain.
Larry.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
7 yeses, 1 no, 3 abstentions.
Okay, motion carries. That concludes all the resolutions tonight, so we're going to move into new business. The first is key employee. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to authorize the interim CEO and Mike Day of Tribal Hub to negotiate an offer and to hire the CIO with the negotiated conditions within the parameters that were previously discussed by this body.
Motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Rob. All right, support by Kim Gravel. Any discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Those abstaining?
No.
Wait a minute.
You go too fast.
Hold on a second, guys, I'll go again. So those in favor signify by saying aye or raising your hand. Okay.
Yes.
Those opposed?
Bridget, Isaac, Lana.
Those abstaining? Motion carries. Okay, next up is separation of powers amendment. Rob?
So I've placed this on the agenda. After more thought, I believe this is the best path forward, as this is the amendment where each of the parts of the components necessary to establish a true separation of powers was taken from the 2012 draft of the new Constitution that was submitted by the Constitutional Committee, that was completely membership-driven, brought to all 5 units, and all of our elders had the chance to have input on it. It is my belief that constitutional reform and the functions of government should be determined by the membership, not this board. So I've placed this on the agenda. I'm going to give everyone a chance to speak before I make a motion. But I'll be motioning to send it to the BIA for a technical and formal review, which will not trigger a special election, but it will send to the BIA and will deliver back to us with reviews and suggested edits. I believe this is the best path forward for the simple fact that our Constitutional Committee and everyone who worked on it intended and specifically put in there that the board wasn't even allowed at workshops. So their intent was to make this membership-driven. For us to put it at our table and then start manipulating it because we don't agree with it individually is a slap in the face to our membership. It's the exact reason why we need it. We have an authoritarian government where we sit up at this board table and it's assumed that we have all power of the tribe. So what I would say to the argument, I don't agree. I heard arguments earlier, I don't agree with a two-branch government, or I don't agree with the three-branch, but I agree with the two-branch. It's not our job up here to form government based on what we individually feel. It's our job to protect the rights of our members to determine their own form of government. Our job as a governing body is to protect the rights of the members, not to rule over them. So I think any manipulation at this table before it goes to the BIA is honestly a slap in the face to that constitutional committee. And my answer to people that say, well, I don't agree with it here, well, you're, sitting at this board doesn't relinquish your rights as a member. So if you don't agree with it, vote no on it when it comes to your mailbox. That's your choice. That's your right as a member. But to use your board chair seat or to use your board seat up here to manipulate what that constitutional committee did, that's a slap in the face to the members. So I just would like to say, please remember when you're voting on this, as a director, as a leader of this tribe, your job is to represent the will of the members, not your own when you sit at this table.
Okay, Rob, so you're going to need a motion and a second before we proceed to find out whether or not there's support to vote on this.
My motion is to send the latest draft of the separation of powers amendment to the BIA for an informal technical review.
Okay, so we have a motion and support. Now we can have a discussion. We have a list with Kim Gravel, Lana, Mike, Tyler. So Kim, go ahead.
Okay, I was on the Constitution Committee. Why do you think it ended up sitting? Because have you talked to anyone else besides me that was on that committee? I was on it. I know, and why did it sit? Because the majority of us did not agree with the final result. The board did not vote. Well, because the committee.
If you guys are going to go back and forth, use mic so we can hear you.
Okay.
Keep it to you.
And I hope that the people did look at this, because this gives the chairman the power to veto anything we do. And he'll be in charge of the executive branch. We will be giving him a reasonable compensation. What is a reasonable compensation for the chairman of the tribe? So are we going to be changing his compensation? He sits at the highest seat. What is our highest paid position? Is he going to make more than our highest paid? I don't think, and I think we need more meetings with the membership. And I'm not trying to manipulate the membership. I sat through 2 years of Constitution Committee meetings, and I think we had them every month. Correct, Clarence? 2.5? Okay, so yeah, it was quite a bit of stuff we did, and that's why if you talk to the majority of the people that sat on this committee, you will find that we did not like the final result. So I think it needs more work. That's just my opinion. And I think the membership could be in as part of it with us. I was at one meeting. That's the only one I recall being set up since I've been back on the board. I think we need to set up, and if this, either way, now if it passes, there's not much you can do, but if it doesn't, I would like to see a date set up for another meeting.
Okay, so I was mentioned, so I'm going to briefly offer a point of information. So a veto power exists for the executive of every state government we have in this country, along with the presidency of the United States. That's a typical check and a balance over a legislative branch. On the topic of salary, I wouldn't expect $1 raise. So, Lana.
Yeah, just, we had a conversation this afternoon a little bit about this. So, we keep talking about a slap in the face, and I just hate, I don't like that. But this isn't the final document from the Constitutional Convention Committee, is it?
Clarence, would you like to come up front? People keep looking at you. You're going to give them a response.
I'm not, no, I wasn't looking. Clarence can't answer that question.
Get up a little closer just in case.
Clarence can't answer that question.
I'll call on you, Clarence, when it's my turn. You can come on up if you'd like.
I could answer that.
Yeah, okay.
Drafted. So this The final draft was an entire new constitution.
Right?
What I did was extracted just the components of that new constitution that were needed to establish a separation of powers. But yes, it is directly from that.
So this document that we have in front of us is exactly the same that the Constitutional Convention Committee created.
The only thing that I changed, which I said the first time, was that there was no appointment process for judicial, for, I want to say, the appellate court.
Okay.
And so the only thing I changed was that I think one of them was appointed by the board and approved by the chair, and the other one would be appointed by the chair and approved by the board. And that was just what I've seen in most other tribal governments, because obviously you don't want your court appointing your court. So.
Okay, I appreciate you, you saying that, Rob, and I appreciate you being honest about that. But when you say that it's a slap in the face, you're the only one that changed the document. I didn't. They didn't. You did. Yeah. So, you know, I said all along that we needed an amendment because it worked in the past. It doesn't confuse the members, and we could work on one amendment at a time. So this would be a separation of powers. That's an amendment. So that checks a box for me. The second thing, the two-branch government doesn't. I'm the one that said that this afternoon. I don't necessarily think a three-branch government will work. It's not because of the chairman now. It's because of all the other tribes that I talked to. They have major problems. They're in court all the time. Our previous general counsel had cited that they're in court all the time. So that may not work for us. So I think that would need work too. The other thing is I want to make sure, and on record, and I'm glad we're taping this because we need, history matters, facts matter. I'm glad we're taping this, and I'm going to say it here. If we send this for a BIA review, that does not mean that this board is voting for this. That means we're getting their input back on what they see wrong with it. Not that we have to listen, not that it's not up to them, it's up to us, our governing body, what we do with this document, but that is just sending it out to a review. I can probably live with that. Just to get the ball rolling. But as far as agreeing with the document in its entirety, once the review's back, I'm not voting for that, because I do believe, like Kim Gravel said, it does need more work. I don't know how we're going to get to that, but so I think it would be a different story altogether if I was the one that made, or somebody other than somebody that made these changes to this document. That would be a big question. So I'm going to yield and hear what other directors have to say, but I could probably live with a BIA review on this for them to come back and say what's wrong with it, but I don't know yet. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, Mike, Tyler, Rob.
All right. I think it's unfortunate that this is even on here. We were making progress on an amendment and separating it out. We had some major setbacks with a breach, with having to deal with fires everywhere that we constantly had to deal with. But we were making progress before setbacks. And we were just getting back on track to start addressing these again. And this pops up. And as it's being stated, one person made a decision to extract things out of it, assuming that that entire committee would still be willing to send just the extracted parts. That's a pretty big assumption. They voted for the whole enchilada kit and caboodle. So to separate it out and say, well, this is what the will of that committee wanted, I can't say that for certain. That committee hasn't been around for years. So, and in retrospect of what an executive branch fighting with the judicial branch does to a tribe, I had previously supported a three-branch government. I no longer support a three-branch government. I think that tribes are too fragile to do that. The separation of powers is definitely needed to protect membership from this body. Adding another branch in there just to cause, it could potentially cause more litigation and being in a fragile state, I can't support that. The people did speak once before, though, and they did an amendment to our Constitution, and it was to remove the chair's duties out of our Constitution. So the people have spoke once already. And so for us to say, hey, we're not listening to the membership or we're slapping people in the face, when they already voted to take that out, and there can be an argument what you want, but at the end of the day, what went to the membership was, should it be taken out of our Constitution that the chair is the executive director? And the people voted yes, that it should be separate. So I have some problems with the rest of several things in here, with the veto, with having staff report to somebody who doesn't, like the chair would not have to follow, wouldn't be subject to any personal policies. I think that's problematic. So just on that basis alone, I think it's unfortunate that we're here. I do believe in separation of powers. I will continue to support a two-branch separation amendment. I don't think this needs to derail any of that. I do disagree, though, that this is just a BIA technical review, because I think when you hand over a document, especially to the BIA, you're saying this is what you want them to check on our behalf, and I don't want them to check this document. This is not the document I think we should be moving forward with. So I'm not okay with the technical review of it. I would be more okay with the technical review of the separation of powers document that we had been discussing before. And it probably wasn't ready for the people, and our lawyers had some problems with it, but I'd rather have that document, because I think there was an option there with two branch versus one branch, and have the technical review of that. But that's not what's in front of us, so I can't support this. Yield.
Okay, Tyler, then Rob.
Yeah, I actually agree with Mike Kirchie on this one. I don't agree with Rob's amendment of the Constitution. I don't think it should be one board member that gets to review the Constitution and say their amendment is the one that's going to go forward to the BIA. I don't think that was ever the interpretation. You're saying that the board can interpret the Constitution, yet one board member gets to push forward a constitutional amendment. So, if we're talking about history of our tribe literally fought off Iroquois in our region for a reason. We didn't want them to be overruling us or ruling us at all, right? We fought them off. There was a whole battle to get rid of the Iroquois from our region. After seeing what's happened recently in the United States government, I used to be very supportive of three-branch government, but the two-branch is two of the most successful tribes in the state of Michigan are two-branch governments. And we could be a successful two-branch government, and we could start immediately. We could codify our judicial system while our amendments are up for interpretation with the BIA. We could do that. We could say, hey, we're ready to codify our judicial branch, and we're going to support the judicial branch, and they can interpret law and policy while their tribal council creates law and policy. But seeing what is happening with the United States in and of itself, and the fact that we fought off the Iroquois Confederacy from coming into our region, I think is reason enough for us to slow down on this one. Especially since we made so much progress with the discussion of these amendments, and now because of the malware and the data breach, all of that is lost. Even our video of our conversation, of our interpretation of these amendments are now lost. Like, this discussion should not be forced forward. It should be discussed, and we should talk about it seriously with all of the board present representing our regions and our units, not as one particular amendment. So I'm going to side with Mike on this one 100%. I don't think, originally I did think a three-branch was the way we should go, but then everybody started pointing to history and saying, tribes influenced the U.S. government and their structure. No, tribes didn't. The Iroquois Confederacy did. And our region fought off the Iroquois, again, for a very good reason. So I'm going to stand by that. I'm going to stand by what our ancestors did, and I'm going to stand by what we need to do as a tribal board to separate our powers. And we need to start with the judicial branch, and we can do that with codifying the judicial branch. We don't need to wait for an approval of an amendment. We can codify that right now. We can allow our courts to make judgments on our rulings. We can do that. It says right in our Constitution that we can do that. We just have to make the move. So I'm not for a single board member's move. I am for the direction that we were already headed, and that was a direction that we were headed united together as Sioux Tribe. And with that, I'll yield.
Rob, then Lana.
So I guess I have to address a couple things here. First of all, the notion that the majority of the committee didn't support this is not accurate, otherwise we wouldn't be looking at it. It was approved in 2012 and sent to the board for a vote. That means the majority of the committee did support it. I will go back to some things that Mike had said, that going back to whether or not we support it individually is a big difference between showing up and using our board seat to try to manage what the members had already done. So if we were to really look at constitutional reform and say what would be the best path forward, it wouldn't be for this board to rule over the members of the tribe and for us to get to come up here and say because we were voted into office we get to determine the set of rules and standards and guidelines that we as a board want to determine. So you guys can, like Tyler can keep saying, no, it's Rob's amendment all he wants. You could put it literally right next to the 2012 draft, and it's word for word. You might find one sentence that I already said to Lana when she asked. That's it. And so that will come back in a technical review. So I do think it is a slap in the face to the membership. And I'll say it over and over. And why I think it is a slap in the face to the membership is because this was brought to every single unit. Input taken from members, drafted by members with legal input. How much did our tribe spend on this? Over $2 million. $2 million. And so we could sit up here and say, we were working so hard on it, since 2012? Like, how long have you people been sitting on this board that are saying that? As far as I know, I'm the only one sitting here that's brought forward actual legislation to try to move it forward. So.
It was 2004 when I was on the committee.
Yeah, you did that to save your political seat.
So that's.
Tyler, you were out of order.
You want to talk about your travel budget, buddy?
Both of you, stop it. It's past 8 o'clock. Let's finish this.
So I do think it is a slap in the face to the members. You did a whole process. Our former leaders voted on that process, and the membership brought forward a legislation determining that there would be a constitutional committee, and at the end of it, they would bring forward an amendment. The membership since then has been, it's in almost all of our campaigns ads that we will support a separation of powers, and that has been the #1 driving force of the membership. So I extracted the components needed to develop a separation of powers. And here it is. So you guys can vote no in front of the membership, and mark my words, when you do, you probably will not have a separation of powers by 2026, when the people who said that they were going to support it are up for re-election. Remember it.
Atlanta, then Tyler.
Yeah, like I said, I was going to hold my yes or no till I heard from some other board members, and I agree with Mike, and Tyler made some good points. We'll get accused of playing games, and we'll get accused of all kinds of stuff, but really, it's been a pretty rough day already. So I don't think either are doing that when they made their points, so I took that into consideration. One thing that a technical question that I have for our legal counsel, well, first I want to make the correction that I recall, and maybe Clarence will agree with me, maybe he won't because he was on the committee, maybe Kim will agree with me, maybe she won't, but I recall my dad, John Cosley, was the chairman of that constitutional committee. He devoted 2.5 years to his life with all the rest of them. And I remember him coming in and saying, here is the document. Not all of us agree on it, but we have exhausted our duty, and here it is. Do what you want with it. And that was the message from the committee. So we can't say and rewrite history that everybody agreed on that document that was on the committee, because that is not the truth. He said, this is the document, do what you want with it, we've exhausted what you've asked us to do. So he didn't even agree with the entire thing, and I can speak for him and he'll let me. So that's what I recall. But Tyler made some fantastic points. So Ryan, what would my motion have to be in order to codify and start us the process to get a 2-branch government before a BIA review? What would be that motion that I would have to make? And that would, the BIA would be out, it'd get us a step closer to a separation of powers so that way the court would have jurisdiction. What would my motion have to be? Because we're dealing with motions now instead of resolutions, so.
This would be a code change, and so I would, ultimately, I recommend we do it by resolution, right? But tonight, if you were going to make a motion, it would be to direct the legal department to draft code language to get draft code language necessary to effectuate a statutory separation of powers in line with a 2-branch government.
Okay.
That'll be enough for us to get working on, if that motion passed, to get working on statutory language to effectuate that.
Okay, I would like to make that motion.
Second.
So we already have a motion on the floor. What you'd have to do is motion to amend.
Okay, yes.
What Rob
Second the
has.
amendment.
Yes, I will motion to amend that existing motion and get language to start that process with our legal.
Okay, point of
Second.
information. So we talk about separation of powers, you'll have to include this as well. What check and balance does the court have over the board of directors? No. It's a point, no,
Yeah.
I have a point of information. A point of
Didn't say
information
point
is,
of
I
information. Go ahead.
absolutely did.
Okay.
So that's what it all boils down to. If you have a separation of powers, you separate the power that you have, and there's a check and a balance on you. So that constitutional convention, it looked at 3 branches, so it wouldn't be an adequate check and a balance to just take a pair of scissors and cut out an executive branch. You would need to look long and hard at that, and then you would have to identify what power you want to leave this room and go across the street to a judge. And you'd have to figure out a way to make that branch separate and equal, meaning it has just as much power over you.
That's not a point of information.
That absolutely is. You need to identify that.
I already seconded based on Ryan's recommendation for the proper procedure Lana had asked about. Second.
Yep. So we have a new motion. It's a motion to amend. We're starting a discussion. I encourage everyone that puts their hand up to describe how that's going to happen in front of the membership, because now we're talking about doing something completely different than what that convention did for several years. What power is leaving this room and going across the street to make it equal to this room?
Well, it wouldn't be the board of
Let me
directors
finish.
making that thing.
Let me finish. The only thing that I've heard about the executive branch, that being a bad thing, is that there's a veto power. If that branch across the street is separate and equal, they will have a veto power. You know, and we keep talking about what's going on with the federal government. The federal government's working. You have executive
Austin, I'm
orders that
sorry,
have been found
You
unconstitutional.
had a point of information, and I still have the
Exactly.
floor. Okay, are you done?
You motioned, Tyler seconded, so now we have a speaking list and no one has the
Well,
floor. So put
I
your
also
hand up
have
if you'd
a
like
point
to
of
speak.
I was
information.
in the middle of talking with
I have a point
Ryan.
of
Made a motion,
information,
then
too.
you seconded it. Now we have an open speaking list. Put your hand up if you'd like to speak, guys. Okay, so Lana, keep it going. Rob, anyone else?
Okay.
Okay.
So, okay, yeah, so, and I hear that, I hear what you're saying. So, Ryan, when that does, you will go through all of that when you start trying to get there, somebody, when you start going through all of that, and those issues will come up to us for a check and balance. Because as Tyler said, and these things matter, is that successful tribes have a two-branch government. So it can work for us, and we can do it right now, start that process, because that's what the members want, a separate court, and this would separate the court, and we would get moving somewhere and keep the BIA out of it until we figure it out at this level, what we want, and then take it to the membership. So, I'm done.
Okay, so put your hands up, and again, I encourage you, list what you want to see leave. Okay, Rob.
So first of all, it's not going to work. You could change code all you want, and the next board can change it again and just undo what you did. It's going to take a constitutional amendment, and it's got to come from the membership. Like I said, it can't come from this table. So what happens, we get a different board majority after the next election, and they all of a sudden want their power back. They're going to take it back, and they can, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. And it will happen, I guarantee it. So you guys can say here, change code. You say that all you want. Until you change that constitution, you do not have a separation of powers, period. That's it. You don't. And I also don't know how anyone's motioning to change my motion already, because it don't even make sense stacked on top of each other. You'd have to vote on mine, pass or fail, and then do a different motion.
No, that's not true.
It doesn't make sense stacked on my motion.
Chairman already.
My motion is specifically to send a specific document to the BIA for technical review.
And there was an amendment, and I seconded it, so
And-
read up on your constitution.
Oh, okay, so your amendment is what, to overlap mine?
That's what amendments are, man.
They're making an amendment to remove.
This guy's got a Harvard degree, too.
Stop. So, Mike, go ahead.
All right, my question was going to be kind of along the lines of what Rob was saying, is that we have an amendment that may be contrary to the original.
I'm checking right now. So motion to amend, you can make a motion to amend a pending motion, but that amendment must be closely related to the original motion and must not change the nature of the motion that they amend. And so
Could we do a motion to
this-
separate and, I forget what it's called,
How
separate?
about this?
So the original motion was to send it to the BIA for informal review. The motion to amend was to codify a separation of powers. That changes the first motion, so the first motion needs to die or be voted down, and then the second motion would have to be made.
Can I tell you guys
I think
something?
a new
That's
motion.
strange.
Hold on a second.
Someone should learn how to read chapter 14.
Hold on a second. Okay, Ryan made a really good point. I think what we should do is vote on Rob's. If Rob's doesn't pass, I don't think we should be adjusting our tribal government right up here on the fly. I think that's absolutely reckless, you guys. So if Rob's
That's not
doesn't
what we're
pass,
doing with
hold
Rob's
on a
amendment.
second. Tyler, get on the list. So if Rob's doesn't pass, I think you should go back to the drawing board and do this responsibly, okay? Do it responsibly. You're talking about separating it.
We were already doing that, and Rob brought us here, so we're here.
Tyler.
And we took our advice of our legal, and that's what we're doing.
Okay, well, our legal
But I
just said
I
that
just
that was an
clarified.
inappropriate motion, so we're going to go back. I'm going to call it out of order pending legal recommendation. So we're back on Rob's resolution, okay?
Yeah, just vote.
So if you call for the vote,
Legal recommended land
21 to 11.
amendment.
you have a couple people left. Just finish it. So Kim, then Tyler.
Motion to table.
No one else is on the list.
Motion to table.
Okay,
We do
there's a
need
motion
more
to
work
table.
on it.
Is there a second? Okay, motion to table, and it's been seconded, so we'll do roll call.
Using an old school mic, so we'll see.
Sean.
Oh.
Lana.
Yes.
Isaac.
No.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Michael.
Yeah.
Rob.
No.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Oops. Jeez. Larry,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Tyler,
No.
Kimberly Lee.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yeses, 4 noes.
Okay, motion to table carries. That brings us to the next item under new business, and that is supporting Lake Superior Academy School. Rob?
Okay, this is in reference to the mining project that has been flagged by many community members and parents that attend the Lake Superior Academy School on 9 Mile. We have 20 tribal member students that go there. It's disrupting their learning, and education is a treaty right, and I believe that anytime that our members of our community's learning is disrupted, that we need to take a stance and oppose it. So I will motion to direct legal to work with the chair's office to draft a letter of support for the Lake Superior Academy in opposition of the mining project across.
Support, yeah.
So we have a motion and support. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, so that brings us to the last two items, which we waived the rules to add. And the first one is regarding the senior attorney. So I'd like to entertain a motion to appoint Joshua Elliott as acting senior attorney, not to exceed a period of 6 months with compensation pursuant to the tribe's interim appointment policy. So motion by Isaac.
Support.
Support by Kim. Any discussion on this? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
I think he-
Those abstaining? Motion carries. Tyler, is that a yes or a no vote?
That was a yes vote.
Okay.
just-
All right, and the last item that we have, well, the second to last item that we have on for tonight is in regards to the interim government HR director. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to appoint Diane Sliger as interim government HR director, not to exceed a period of 6 months with compensation pursuant to the tribe's interim appointment policy.
Motion.
So a motion by Tyler, support by Isaac. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Those in,
She's got her hand up. Just slow down, please.
I'd like to make a motion to amend it to 3 months so we can fast track and get ourselves back together with a sooner deadline.
okay, so there's a motion to amend it to reduce the appointment from 6 months to 3 months. Is there a second? Dies due to lack of support. Anyone else? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
I oppose.
Aye.
Okay, let's do roll call. Switch it to roll call.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Lana,
No.
Rob,
Yes.
Michael,
No.
Larry,
No.
Sean. Kimberly Lee,
No.
Bridget,
No.
Isaac,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
No.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
4 yeses, rest noes.
So motion fails. Jess, with the board failing to pass this, does it mean that those responsibilities fall on your shoulders?
Yep.
Okay, that answer is a yes. All right, board concerns, does anyone have any?
You didn't read
I-
it into the agenda?
Yeah, you didn't read it into the agenda.
Any objection to adding board concerns to the agenda?
Can't add it to the agenda at the end, you have to do it after roll call.
Pass your board concerns down if you guys have them. We'll address them after the fact.
I have mine.
Okay. Hey, Kim, I'll work with you on it, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any objection to meeting adjourning?
No, I have my board concern.
They wanted you to do board concerns.
So they weren't read into the agenda, and I can't add anything, so if you have board concerns, pass them over to Lana. If I make a mistake like that again, call me out, you know, it's been a long day, I missed stuff. And then we can address it at the next workshop too, if you guys would like to. So, meeting adjourned, guys.